Special and regular meeting of the City Council of the City of Pacifica. It is Monday, November 24th, 2025, and we'll start the meeting at 6:06 p.m. And could we please have roll call?
Councilmember Wright.
Present.
Councilmember Espinoza.
Here.
Councilmember Beer.
Here.
Vice Mayor Bowles.
Here.
Mayor Beckmeyer.
Present. I'm reminding anyone who may be parked in the very first few places here in front of council chambers to put a parking pass on your dashboard, and those are available downstairs. I will read the land acknowledgement. The City of Pacifica acknowledges that we occupy the unceded ancestral homeland of the Ramaytush Ohlone peoples, who are the original inhabitants of the San Francisco Peninsula. We honor the Ramaytush Ohlone peoples for their enduring commitment to Mother Earth. As the indigenous protectors of this land, and in accordance with their traditions, the Ramaytush Ohlone have never ceded, lost, nor forgotten their responsibilities as the caretakers of this place, as well as for all peoples who reside in their traditional territory. We affirm their sovereign rights as First Peoples and wish to pay our respects to the ancestors, elders, and relatives of the Ramaytush Ohlone peoples. And I invite Vice Mayor Bowles to lead us in a flag salute.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. Assistant City Attorney Karen Murphy, do we have a closed session report?
There is no reportable action.
All right, thank you very much.
Mayor Beckmeyer, before we proceed
Yes.
with the agenda, I'd like to request an amendment to the order of the agenda to move the staff communications to follow the public comments not on items on the agenda and before the public hearing.
Before the public hearing, but after public comments for items not on the agenda. Got it. That's okay with me? Any concerns, council members? No? No. All right, yes. We will do that. We'll make that adjustment. And that brings us to the consent calendar. There is one item, City Manager, you had an amendment to the consent calendar?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Beckmeyer. Item number 2 on the consent calendar, which is the MOU with the fire battalion chiefs, will be removed from this agenda and brought back on consent on December 8th due to a 2024 side letter agreement that we didn't incorporate into the red lines. So we wanted an opportunity to make that clean up and then bring it back on December 8th.
Good. We want that accurate. Yes, thank you very much. So we'll look for that December 2nd. I mean, 8th, pardon me.
Yeah.
Okay, very good. So are there any items council members wish to pull from the consent agenda?
I'd like to pull item 7.
Item 7. Okay.
I thought you would. I did. I think Christine's going to pull that one.
You know me well.
All right, then we will go ahead and ask for public comment on the consent calendar, all items except items 2 and 7. I don't have any cards for consent. Oh, pardon me, I have one card. I'm so sorry, Cindy Abbott.
Hello, good evening, council members. Happy Thanksgiving week, and we're particularly grateful with the Art Guild of Pacifica and Sanchez Art Center for your actions earlier this year to not rezone the Sanchez campus, and for all the time that staff has spent over the last several weeks with us after meeting with you in closed sessions to come to this point with having our lease be on tonight's agenda. I particularly want to thank PB&R Director Scott Leslie for working with us, many back and forths on some things that we worked through together, and we're just really delighted, and we're looking forward to 10 more years of creating community through art for our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. City Clerk Coffey, do we have anyone on the phones for the consent?
There are no raised hands for consent items.
Okay. Then I will close public comment and bring it back to the council for a motion or any questions or comments on any item other than item 7. Otherwise, I'll entertain a motion for all the items except item 7.
So moved.
And 2, right?
2 is taken off. And do we need to put that into our vote? Or we already agreed to that?
You already agreed to that.
Okay,
That's fine.
thank
Thank you.
Okay. Motion and a second, please vote.
I didn't catch the seconding, Councilmember, was that?
I thought it was Christine, no?
I didn't, but.
Oh,
I heard
okay.
a motion by Councilmember Beer.
Councilmember Bear motioned,
Second.
and Councilmember Gregg seconds. Do we need to do the vote again?
Oh, okay, let me reset the vote. So
Reset.
with the consent calendar item, with items number 7 and number 2 removed, the motion was made by Councilmember Beer and seconded by Councilmember Wright. Council members, please vote. Okay, council members, please vote.
I did. I voted twice. Oh, there we go.
And the vote passes unanimously.
All right, now we will turn our attention to item 7. This is to amend the consultant services agreement for on-call planning services between the City of Pacifica and consulting firm Good City Company. Mayor Pro Tem, did you want to speak on this?
Yeah, well, I had some questions about the scope. A few things that I thought needed clarification to align with some previous direction. And then I wanted to question the budget and where the money's coming from for the additional services. So I don't know if, staff got my questions before that they've answered here. I don't know if, how would you like to proceed, City Manager? Should I ask these or wait, take public comment, and then?
Community Development Director Updegrave can respond to any questions that you may have, and she can begin by providing a brief summary of what this item is about, if appropriate. But knowing, just responding to specific questions would be great.
Okay.
Thank you, Director Updegrave.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Council. Samantha Updegrave, Community Development Director. We are talking about our contract amendment for Good City Company to adjust the cost ceiling and extend the agreement through June 30th of 2027. The proposal includes specific budget for work to be completed through this current fiscal year, June of 2023.
6.
26. What did I really apologize. I had a very sleepless night last night, so I'm going to do my
That's okay, we got you.
I'm so sorry.
We got you.
We are in 2025
And
through
that will be
2026.
completed by June of 2026. Okay,
There I am.
understood. All right. Other questions?
Yeah, so I'll just dive in and try to refrain from opining until after public comment.
Okay.
In one of my answers, we've talked about the objective design standards, which are really critical for defining what, especially what our taller multifamily and mixed-use buildings are, since we have nothing in our codes right now that define things over 35 feet. And I know that's been on the council priority, list work plan for the year. So the answer I got here was that initial outreach and analysis would take place from November 25 through June 2026, and then there's a public engagement process. I wanted to hear a little bit more about what that was, and when you think we could actually bring these to the Planning Commission and Council for adoption based on this timeline.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Bowles. In terms of objective design standards, we do have some objective design standards for our rezone site, for our housing element rezone sites that have been incorporated into the zoning ordinance. And so those include things like step backs, transparency requirements, standards for ground floor commercial uses, access, and those types of things. What we don't have are citywide objective design standards. So currently we use I think our design guidelines were adopted in 1992 or 1996, and those apply outside of our recently rezoned sites. As it states in the scope of work, part of what we would be looking to do is determine a timeline for this work. So I don't have an exact timeline for you today. That's part of what we would need to develop. The work does include auditing the zoning ordinance to check for consistency with the general plan. There's also a lot of internal inconsistencies within the zoning ordinance that need to be addressed, in addition to just some challenging and not well-defined standards. And so I think that work would also inform kind of how we get to objective design standards.
So just to follow up, so we had talked at a previous meeting, and I can't remember when it was. I gave the example of Half Moon Bay having done emergency objective design standards over a couple month period. Was that given any consideration as to whether that might be something we could take on in a quicker way?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. The City Council could direct the city manager to prepare emergency or urgent objective design standards, and that would be a different process that we haven't evaluated yet, but we could certainly evaluate that as part of this work if that is the desire of the council.
Okay, thank you.
I would add on that. I mean, that would be a separate council agenda item, but we would also need to analyze what the impact is to the department and the current workload priorities that the department is working on.
I understand. Thank you. And then there was a statement on packet page 203 that said all housing element activities are funded by the Housing Action Fund. And that was not my understanding. I know we had approved a certain amount of money for certain tasks when we did the budget this year, but that was the budget this year. It wasn't general direction as far as I know. And so anyway, I just wanted to understand where you thought that came from, and then we can talk about that
Right.
after break.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Bowles. I believe that statement is referring to the work that was authorized and allocated from the 2025-2026 budget,
Okay.
which included housing element on-call and public sites work.
Okay, but not all housing elements.
Not all. And I believe our contract with Hart is paid from the Housing Action Fund. That was through a separate, through a separate action.
Okay. Okay, and then, no, I think I'll wait till after public. Why don't we take public comment, and then that'll be easier.
Sure. I have one card for public comment on this item. Mr. Mike Wallman.
Hi, Mike Wallman. Thank you, members of City Council, staff, and members of the public. In regards to number 7, especially in light of number 12, I strongly advise against increasing the ceiling by $800,000 plus given the fiscal cliff we're facing. I just don't think this is prudent to spend that kind of money. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't have any other cards for item 7.
There are no raised hands.
All right, then we'll close public comment and bring it back.
And Mayor Beckmeyer, if I could just jump in
Please.
to augment Ms. Updegrave's presentation. It's
Yes.
important and for the public to know that a significant portion of these dollars are paid by the applicants, so they're reimbursable amounts that are charged to the applicants. Not all the costs, not the specific housing implementation action, things like that, but a lot of the other portion of it is developer reimbursed.
Developer reimbursed. Okay, thank you. Mr. Wright, I have a light from Mr. Wright.
Sorry.
Please go ahead.
If you were fully staffed, would we need this kind of cost for good cities? Would it be less or more?
Right. It would, it could potentially be less. However, companies like Good City really bring a level of specialty and specialized services to this kind of work, particularly around public engagement, that, we don't always have that kind of focused specialty or like specialization within staff because our work is so broad and serves, all of the planning functions within the city. And we're probably not large enough to really have a solid public engagement team. And based on the size of our department and the types of projects, our planning staff works on both long-range planning, current planning, and then also works with consultants on these kinds of projects.
Thank you. That was all.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
Yeah, I was wondering if staff could pull up packet page 221, which is the breakdown of the fees.
221.
And then while you're doing that, I went back to the budget book again. I was really questioning the use of our housing action funds for work that wasn't related to affordable housing before when we went through the budget earlier this year. And so I actually even went back to the 23-24 budget book, which I think is when we set up that fund to use the excess EREF money. And it specifically says here, this was item 6 on page 76 of the old budget book, that we put in $1.67 million to start accumulating fund balance in this fund to be used for developing affordable housing projects in the future. So there was specific intention around the money that we put aside for that, and the current budget book also says that the goals and objectives are to develop affordable housing programs. So what I'm looking for here is trying to understand, like, so you said some of the money here that's being requested is from projects. So if you can point out where that is, and then I know the public sites planning outreach is to look at affordable housing, right? That's where we're most likely to get affordable housing on the public site. So I don't mind that. But all the others, the annual progress report, that's just basic planning administration time. The zoning modernization, yes, we need to do, but that's not specific to affordable housing. Same for the ODS, affordable housing projects, have all these exemptions. So I'm just having a hard time that we keep taking money from this fund. And, just want to make sure that we're looking for other alternative sources. And especially that, when we're being told that this fund is funding all planning activities around the housing element, which I don't think was ever our intention. But then also, we're approving money for 2 years, and we haven't even talked about the budget for next year, and that bothers me too. Because we're looking at revenue generation and other things that we can bring forth, and we're not ever going to build truly affordable projects unless the city either gives land or has money to donate to these projects. That's what I hear from all the affordable housing developers. So this money is really precious, that, building affordable housing is one of the council's primary goals. And I don't want this fund to keep getting whittled away.
And,
City Manager?
Sure, I can chime in. I know that the council discussed this a bit during budget adoption, during our hearings in the spring, and there was a bit of a policy discussion about how a lot of the housing work, such as in the housing element, is related to developing affordable housing. So there's planning work that's necessary to do to lay the groundwork for getting to the point of an actual affordable housing project being built. So it is all interrelated, and council had that policy discussion, allocated an amount, I think 250 or so from the Housing Action Fund. And again, just a reminder, we have housing in lieu fees, which are specific developer fees limited to housing development, right? And that's a small amount of money because not much has been built, so that hasn't been able to build up in that fund. A couple years ago, the council created, with the use of the excess ERAF funds, a separate fund, the Housing Action Fund, which doesn't have a lot of legal strings attached to it. It's more by direction of the council. This item, and Ms. Updegrave can correct me, but I believe there's a recommendation that there might be 71,000 or so of this item that is above and beyond that 250 that was budgeted from the council for Housing Action Fund usage, an additional 70. If the council wanted us to consider just taking that out of the general fund unallocated balance and not out of the Housing Action Fund, we could do that. I'd have to ask the city attorney and the Finance Administrative Services Director, Marisol Gomez, about the logistics for that and what recommendation the council might need to make on that. But I believe Ms. Updegrave can talk about this chart and what's related to housing and affordable housing development and the work that Good City Company would do.
Thank you, Mr. Woodhouse. Task number 1 is the on-call services, so still looking at packet page 221.
Can you leave that up, please, Sarah?
So planning on call just means if someone...
That's all cost recovery. So those are like the specialized planning review of development projects.
Okay, so that's not coming out of this fund.
That's correct. And Mr. Woodhouse was correct, and I can't remember if it's 71 or 73,000 that would be in addition to the 250 that was already authorized. So even though the cost ceiling is being raised, the request before you today is just for this budget year, and then the overall cost ceiling for the contract itself, so we don't have to keep coming back for amendments as we're going through this work. However, budget for, gotta get my years right, 26, 27, those budget allocations would still be coming back to council, like through the regular process, just as these initial tasks came to you last cycle. So in terms of how it relates to affordable housing, much of our housing element, I think every program has some connection into affordable housing. one of the things that is challenging in Pacifica is that our codes are very outdated, they're difficult to use, they're inconsistent, they're definitely inconsistent with our newly adopted 2040 general plan. And the permit pathways aren't clear. They're full of subjective standards or requirements that creates uncertainty in the development process. The planning entitlements are confusing. They can take a very long time to get through. So all of these improvements that we make are supporting housing development, including the development of affordable housing. So whether that's 100% affordable projects, whether that's market rate development with on-site inclusionary, that it really benefits the whole. And excuse me, you really can't have one without the other. And so that's what the zoning modernization is really focused on. I mean, I'll just give one example. When we did our rezoning recently, we added 12 new articles to the zoning ordinance, well, 13. 12 of those were new zoning districts that went at the bottom. So our code goes, definitions, R1, R3, C1, ADUs, C2, parking, all the other things, and then you have these 12 zones down the bottom. I mean, just something that, that simple makes our codes really challenging to use. That was not the exact table of contents, so please don't quote me on those. But that's just one example of, our code is not adaptable. We have all these changing state laws, and it's very challenging to use within that context. Things like the annual progress report, yes, that's planning administrative work. It is incredibly complex. HCD changes their forms every year. We have to report on different things in different formats. They change the formulas. And we also don't have, current permit tracking software. It's very labor intensive every year. And we need to provide those progress reports. We need to track our progress, in order to maintain certification of our housing element. And so, these things really do all connect in together, and are related.
I understand a small portion does, but we're basically charging the full amount to this fund, again, that was intended for a different use. I'm not going to push. I'm not going to push too much this year. I mean, I would love to see that number reduced, but I think we need to have a harder conversation when it comes to the budget next year, and where that money's coming from. Maybe some of you have other opinions. I'd love to hear what you think. We have a nonprofit in town that wants to build affordable housing over a new center, and that's where this money should go, right? The other thing about the objective design standards, yes, we have a little bit for our housing element sites, but it doesn't really give anything about the architecture, what it looks like, what an entrance looks like, So we have very little to say over these larger buildings right now because we don't have these standards. I've said this before, Samantha Hauser has said this is like the most important planning work that we can do to ensure that we're getting good buildings. We've got, 4 or 5 builders Romany projects. We have nothing to say. We've got, other applications that'll come in for these housing element sites. We have a short window by which we can define these and actually make sure we get good architecture that's respectful of our community character. And it bothers me that this is taking so long. I know they have public outreach as an engagement as part of this, I would question, I'm usually really big about public engagement, but is that necessary, or is it more important to speed this up and actually get it done? The public engagement can happen in a planning commission meeting, it can happen at a study session. We can do a joint study session between the city council and the planning commission and speed up this process, and that would be my preference. Because this is looking like at least another year out, if you're just talking about the initial outreach and analysis until June. If this is something Good City is helping us with, then they have more staff, so can't we, get them to, and I also understand, our PBF fellow has been working on this for a year, too, and looking at the objective design standards. I know that person may not be fully qualified to do, all the work, and it needs to be looked over by staff, but can I please ask that we look at that and try to speed that up? And is there council consensus? Again, Half Moon Bay did this on an emergency basis because they saw how important it was, and they were able to do it quickly. I understand that might change other work, and, I'm reticent to do that, but.
And so are you suggesting taking some money out of this contract for that purpose? Can you lay it
it's-
out a little bit for me?
It's already in here. I'm saying maybe the contract can be simplified because they say that they're doing a whole, public engagement process that hasn't
But maybe they
been
don't need to
defined.
be.
Maybe we don't need to do it. Maybe we can
Yeah.
save some money and speed it up, right?
Yeah.
If we can adjust their scope of work.
I can agree with that.
And if I could just make a quick clarification on that, Council. Part of the scope of work is to develop the community engagement strategy. So that would be based on if there were, direction to do a faster, objective design standard process, then the community engagement strategy would be designed that way. But there currently is not a community engagement strategy proposed or fleshed out in the scope of work. It hits some of those broad points, developing the strategy and holding 2 activities, which could, are undefined. Could be a study session, it could be a charrette, it could be a pop-up. Again, it's not defined at this point.
Again, I just want to remind the council, we're not sort of talking about the specific project of the ODS development. Money for that, for Good City to work on it, is in here, and what Ms. Upgrave is saying is that as we launch that process, we can have a meeting with the council to talk about whether community engagement should be waived regarding something like that, or just limited to regular council meetings or planning commission meetings. So that's a future conversation that can happen. I think the concept of accelerating things, we would need to research that more. That usually comes with extra cost to the consultants when they're working on an accelerated basis. And we would need to look at what, again, the work plan is and what can drop off of the community development work plan, if anything, to accelerate that project. So it's a separate conversation. What's before you tonight is the services that community development desperately needs to augment our planning, staff work to deliver, all of this pipeline of work that's necessary.
Mary?
Yeah, I do want to thank you, Christine, for keeping your eye out on everything. I think it's really important that you're doing that, so I want to thank you for that.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Mary. So I think, if we can look at those things and come back to us, with an update. It is written broadly in the contract, and that's why I'm asking, because maybe we can also save some money, right, if we don't need to do those things. And, we're looking at revenue generation, but we also need to look at cost control every time we're approving a contract, as was mentioned by the public. And then, so just a couple of other, just one other that I'll need to raise, but on packet page 227, when it talks about the public sites, it doesn't mention Samtrans, and my understanding is that the Lindemar Park and Ride is a Samtrans owned lot, and so I just want to make sure that's included in their contract.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Bowles. So the list in the contract is pulled directly from the adopted housing element. If one of the sites was not correctly identified, the ownership wasn't correctly identified in the housing element, we are still, the staff and Good City are still able to engage with property owners, with public property owners. It doesn't require, I think, changing the scope of work or the contract.
So can you help me understand which item on page, you said it's packet page 227?
27.
I believe it's the second bullet point.
Oh, the second one, thank you.
Just, yeah, I just want to make sure that one doesn't get slipped, because it's also one that's in the economic opportunities study as a key opportunity site too, so it is an important one to make sure they don't forget.
So where it says proactive engagement with Caltrans on state-owned sites, that would encompass the Caltrans, what I call the Caltrans lot.
Caltrans,
Maybe I'm wrong. Samtrans lot on Lindemar Boulevard.
I think it does. I think that Lindemar Boulevard Park and Ride is in the housing element as one of the sites. I think it might be site number 18. Again, this is directly quoted from the housing element program itself. And, you know, any work on public sites is also going to be a very public process. You know, so these things will also be coming back to council, and the point of the contract is still those pretty broad strokes.
Okay, thank you.
Greg, you had your light. I'm sorry. Please go ahead.
No worries.
Oh.
I just wanted to reinforce a little bit of what Christine was saying, in that I too am not interested in what I call Richmond specials. I lived in the Richmond district of the city for a while, and those flat front buildings with absolutely zero architectural detail are a problem, and I would be in favor of speeding up the process. However, I'm not sure this is the right thing. But what I did hear also was that you were concerned about the source of funds that they're using, and apparently it's 70-something thousand. In order to try to move forward, is there some kind of compromise you would like to posit in the way of a motion, like perhaps half of that 70,000 out of the general fund and half out of the other fund, to augment the portion of it that goes towards affordable housing so that we can move forward?
Well, I think what I said was that I was willing to let it go for now, but I really want to look at this like laser focused when we do the budget next year. So.
Okay.
But thank you for asking. I appreciate that.
All right. Anything further?
That was,
So, but this is an estimate for 2026 and 2027. This is an estimate for 2026 and 2027, is that right?
For, specifically for the fiscal year that we're in, 2025 to 2026.
Okay.
Is what we're seeking now. And then there's an estimate if the work were to continue into the 26, 27 fiscal year, you know, what that might look like. Again, this is just raising the cost ceiling, but is not authorizing additional funds into the 26, 27 year.
Because that would be part of the budget cycle.
Because that has to be
As
part of the budget cycle,
Vice
correct.
Mayor Bowles.
so we're not signing a contract for 2 years here tonight.
The contract itself would extend, I believe, through June of 2037, but again,
2037?
I mean,
27. Okay, that's all right. No worries.
June the 30th of 2027. But again, the work that's being authorized is this work during this fiscal year.
Okay, so wait, so there would be another authorization. This would come back to us to authorize this work.
The
It would be
budget
through the-
authorization.
So this is,
Sorry.
this is 2025, 2027, is that right?
It's 26,
I mean, 2025, 2026.
right.
Okay.
Often, when we have multi-year contracts, the funding authority, the budget authority is just for 1 year at a time, and so the contract's contingent on that budget authority being approved for the next fiscal year.
Okay, thank you, that's helpful. Thank you. Okay, so I'll move that we approve item 7.
I'll second. Sarah, you have motion and second?
Have the motion by Vice Mayor Bowles and seconded by Mayor Beckmeyer. And the vote passes unanimously for item number 7.
All right. Thank you very much. Okay.
Ask a recalling question.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. I just want to get myself back on track with where we are. And that is on public comments on items not on the posted agenda. I have at the present 1, 2, 3, 4 cards for items not on the posted agenda for this evening. So if you could please keep your comments within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city. There will be 3 minutes per person, and I would like to call Lois Marshall Ward and Suzanne Moore to start us off.
Good evening. I'm Lois Marshall Ward, and I'm a volunteer and a board member of the Pacifica Resource Center. And I'm here to thank Pacifica and the community for the support that you've given to the Pacifica Resource Center this holiday season. Community members have donated to food drives and made multiple donations, which is providing PRC with the resources to help low-income families, individuals, seniors, and veterans with food assistance and other supports. I was volunteering at the PRC food pantry this morning, and it was very heartening to see all the donations. The shelves are very well stocked.
Yay.
By continuing to support PRC with donations in food and monetary support, you're making the holidays bright for people in our community. With the outpouring of the community support for the holiday programs at PRC, they've been able to help 200 families with 621 people, including children and older adults, for Thanksgiving. They're working on helping 40 more families on its wait list. PRC's Holiday Joy program is another way that people can help by sponsoring a family. This program provides gifts for children and their families. The deadline to sign up for Holiday Joy is December 3rd, and sponsors will need to shop for gifts and bring them in time for the holidays. To sign up, you can call 650-738-7470. After December 3rd, people are encouraged to purchase gift cards. For the Holiday Joy program, I'm happy to say they've already enrolled 142 children and 71 families. The goal is 200 children, so we need a few more people to step up if they can. For more information on PRC, you can visit their website at pacresourcecenter.org, and thank you again to the community for your generous support.
Thank you. Suzanne Moore and Lila Raniero.
Suzanne Moore, Pacifica Housing for All, and my thoughts this evening are my own. I have a few things to share. First, I've spoken with our county housing and legal aid about Section 8 housing evictions. We recognize this pattern exists throughout the Bay Area and beyond. Since no data is collected on these evictions, we do not know its magnitude. It is concerning because people can lose their vouchers when they are evicted. Future federal funding for HUD is not clear. Our county housing authority is without knowledge of what monies the federal administration will give them after January 1st. Debbie McIntyre, Executive Director of the Housing Authority of San Mateo, is asking that all Section 8 tenants who receive letters threatening evictions or eviction notices related to unpaid utility bills the tenant cannot access or complaints from neighbors that are without merit should contact Debbie McIntyre at her email, dmcintyre@smchousing.org. Legal aid states that there is a very short 10-day period after a notice of eviction when attorneys can file for discovery of evidence, which might validate the cause for eviction. This information can be invaluable to a tenant attorney, so tenants should contact legal aid as soon as possible. The goal is to keep folks housed and to preserve their vouchers. Second, it's likely that our city will utilize a special city council session on Tuesday, December the 2nd at 6 p.m. to discuss the sale of our city property at 540 Crespi, approved by our Planning Commission. This is prime land for housing. Vacant infill on a transportation route close to Cabrillo Elementary, next to resources like Lindemar State Beach, our community center, shopping. It's ideal for family and elder housing, and many feel public land should be used for public good. It may well prove that the construction plan presented by the Murphys is Pacifica's best option, but I suggest the public come prepared to ask important questions. What is 540 Crespi worth, both as a standalone property and as a parcel intended to merge for development? Would a nonprofit like Habitat for Humanity be interested in this parcel under specific conditions? Under their model, they could create a greater number of family low-income units that could remain affordable in perpetuity. Could plans be amended that could spare the historic wetland? Would the Murphys be willing to work with the community to create a development that creates a potential win-win-win? I feel public education on this project will result in public enthusiasm for the outcome. Engaging the public in plans for sale of public land seems right and proper. To all Pacificans, have wonderful holidays, and thank you, fellow Pacificans.
Thank you. Lila Renero, Cindy Abbott, and Lynn Adams.
We're going to flip-flop, huh?
Okay.
Okay. And then I wanted to give everybody a copy of something. There's 6 copies, one for Sarah, the council, and there's a bunch in the back.
Oh, sorry, I didn't read all the way to the bottom of your card.
It's okay.
My apologies.
Probably was illegible. So. Good evening, Cindy Abbott, West Sharp Park resident here in the coastal zone. I want to thank you again for updating the short-term rental ordinance earlier this year. Our appreciation remains very high. But we still need you as champions for the community to continue to work in support of neighborhoods in the coastal zone and to take important action to direct staff to address the long-standing and ongoing issue at 1987 Beach Boulevard, a well-documented nuisance property. What are we talking about? Here's just a few of the documented disturbances that have occurred at the property, and they go back a long way. August 11th, 2022, texted the CEO of Marbella Lane Professional Vacation Rental Property to inform them that the company wasn't taking care of the property's trash. There was also additional significant light pollution coming into the neighbors' homes while lights are being left on 24/7, both inside and outside, and window coverings are not being closed. August 22nd, 2022, awakened at 10:30 p.m. by a group of women talking loudly and shouting at one another beneath the bedroom window. August 24th, 2022, the trash at 1987 Beach Boulevard was not been put out for collection weekly. The city's code enforcement officer was alerted. August 25th, 2022, awakened by a new customer staying at 1987 Beach Boulevard who checked out of the property at 3:30 a.m., walking back and forth, carrying boxes and dragging luggage. October 13th, 2022, once again, trash bins left out 24 hours past trash collection day. Complaint filed with code enforcement officer. October 27th, 2022, customers with dog arrived to stay at 1 a.m., came to our front door and woke us up. These same customers left their dog in the backyard that day with no food and only a small dish of water starting at 1 p.m. and didn't return to the property until after 11 p.m. This was distressing, so we contacted Marbella Lane because of the animal barking and whining in the backyard. They did nothing. November 16th, 2022, smelled gas outside at 6 p.m. and called PG&E. They sent a representative to check the line. There was no issue at the neighbor's property, but at 1987 Beach Boulevard discovered a gas leak. But nobody lives there full-time. So what could have happened in our neighborhoods? What will it take to find relief for the neighborhood? Relief that is allowable even in the coastal zone, as you'll see in the existing ordinance that covers it, 888C-S.
Thank you, Cindy.
Thank you. Lila Renero.
Hello, council members and all. If 1987 Beach Boulevard hasn't reached the point of being, quote, being operated in a manner that is detrimental to the public health, welfare, or safety, or constitutes a nuisance, end quote, the language from Ordinance 888CS, then what is the trigger? I'm going to read more of the episodes that have happened. December 14th, 2022, employee of Marbella Lane parked his white BMW SUV in the neighbor's driveway while servicing the property at 1987 Beach Boulevard. When he left, he drove his car the wrong way on Beach Boulevard. This employee did this twice a week for months on end, consistently driving his car the wrong way. December 21st, 2022, customer at 1987 Beach was spotted walking back and forth between the two properties. At 3:35 a.m., suspicious activity was reported to the police. December 23rd, 2022, at approximately 9 p.m., an alarm went off and voice shouting, "Fire, fire." It was coming from 1987 Beach Boulevard. Smoke was billowing out of the property's windows. Christmas Eve, 2022, at 12:30 a.m., neighbors were awakened by one of Marbella Lane's customers walking underneath their bedroom window and talking loudly on his cell phone. At 10:30, they smelled cigarette smoke in their home. When looked outside, two customers at 1987 Beach were smoking on the balcony. This is a particular concern because the neighbors have health problems that are exacerbated by secondhand smoke. December 26, 2022, at 12:10 a.m., the neighbors were awakened by a new set of Marbella Lane's customers checking in at the property, walking back and forth, dragging luggage over gravel, talking underneath the neighbor's bedroom window. The police were called. January 8th, 2023, shortly after 4 p.m., the neighbor smelled smoke in the living room, and it was more of Marbella Lane's customers smoking directly outside their door. January 10th, 2023, 9:45 p.m., the same smoking customer shouted taunting and demeaning remarks and made rude gestures to the neighbors as they passed by. January 17th, 2023, Marbella Lane employees trespassed on the property, dragging 1987's Beach's fresh trash receptacles across the driveway to the curb. January 24th, 2023, 12:05 a.m., three customers at Beach Boulevard walking back and forth beneath the neighbor's window, talking loudly, woke them up. The police were notified. The list goes on. Thank you for listening tonight.
Thank you. Lynn Adams and Caitlin Quinn.
Good evening, Council, Mayor Beckmeyer. I'm really happy to be here. It's been a while that I've been able to come, and I'm delighted to come before my retirement to give kind of a little bit of a report. I think you deserve it. I started way before you as were council. I go back to Maxine Gonzalez, Pete DeJarnette. I go way back through many, many councils, and always with the vision that Pacifica can be better, and we can all be involved. And Earth Day, I started in 2005 by just calling out for a few people. Anybody that wanted to take a needy spot, because there were so many needy spots, and I wanted to call attention to that. It's continued to grow and grow and grow. To this year, we really have engaged 10,500 volunteers. We've picked up 23,000 pounds of trash and recycles. We have mulched more than 1 acre of land with pretty much 6 inches of mulch everywhere. That's almost a football field. We've planted nearly 700 native plants, and we've collected and recycled almost 300,000 cigarette butts this year. Overall, we've engaged over almost 200,000 volunteers since 2005, when we started recording just Earth Day and coastal cleanup for many years, and 480,000 pounds of trash. Monstrous. And we've recycled since we've been counting in 2014, and picked up over 240,000 cigarette butts. So I just wanted to say that I remember so many things and so many events that have been successful, and with the partnership of the City Council, of the City of Pacifica, support from them, we've grown. Our community has grown. Our city is cleaner. Our beaches are probably the cleanest in the Bay Area, and it's because of our ethos. That ethos has come to us. We started highlighting species, and our Earth Day events, since I started, 2009 was probably one of our first posters, but you can see all the different species that we've highlighted and featured and educated and connected us to. And that has made all the difference in the world. But we've paired that with naturalists talking about it, educational events, speaker series. It's taken a real effort. On your part, you've passed ordinances. You've passed
City
many
Clerk Coffey,
ordinances.
would you please extend the time for Lynn Adams? Thank you. Go on, please, Lynn.
So you've passed many ordinances. The plastic bag ban, the plastic foodware ban, the garbage cans in restaurant ban. You've also passed the butt-free beaches. We were one of the first. As a matter of fact, we were the first in Northern California. In addition, we've brought many awards back to Pacifica. The Cox Conserve Heroes Award, the Pacifica Open Space Award, the Congressional, State, County, and City Honors, Sustainable San Mateo Award in 2017, the Nonprofit of the Year Award last year, and this year, the Clean California Award. These things highlight the wonderful things that Pacifica has done, and it's been a real joy on my part to help in that effort. It's also been a joy on the Pacific Beach Coalition part to lead that too. We've learned a lot of things, and you have learned them with us, and those things will never go away, and our youth now, our next generation, are coming back to roost and bringing those things to us. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Lynn. Thank you. Thank you for extending the time, City Clerk Coffey. There was no way she was getting that all in 3 minutes. Caitlin Quinn. And that's the last card I have for public comment. If anyone else wishes to speak, please fill out a card.
Thank
Go ahead,
you.
please.
You saved the best for last. Nice to see you all. I want to thank you all so much for the support and the advocacy that you have extended to me for a long time, and I'm here to ask you for your help. You've heard some other Pacifica residents talk about the disturbances at 1987 Beach. As you know, on October 19th, the Marbella Lane company rented the home to a man who came onto my property and violently attacked my security cameras. The police were called, they came out, they did a full report, and Marbella Lane was told about this situation. They were even sent a video, but they allowed this man to stay on the property for another 6 nights. So that meant that I slept alone in a house 8 feet away from an angry, violent man who knew that I called the police on him. Needless to say, this was not a comfortable situation, and I was literally afraid. The problems just continue. A week and a half ago, the police were called again for another trespassing issue. I understand from HDL that the permit for this property is currently pending, and I don't know what it will take for a permit revocation or for it just not to be renewed. And if city staff doesn't want to help me, if I'm the problem, my neighbor Cheryl is here, Cheryl Green. She is equally affected by this. There are other neighbors. I'm just the one with the biggest mouth that you guys get to hear from. But I promise you, I'm not the only person, I'm not the only resident who is unhappy having to live next door to this known nuisance. Please make this problem go away. We don't need the new ordinance to be passed to make this happen. The city has the mechanism already existent in the ordinance that's currently in effect in the coastal zone. You just have to pull the lever. Please, please direct city staff to pull that lever. Thank you.
Thank you. Assistant City Clerk, do we have any callers on the phone?
We have one raised hand. It is for Brian Raniero.
Brian, please go ahead.
Thank you, City Council members. I'm infinitely grateful for the wonderful STR ordinance that you have passed this past year. But our community remains greatly concerned for the coastal neighborhoods and specifically our community members who continue to have their lives disrupted, as we just heard from Caitlin. This is occurring over the course of 3 long years. What will it take to not renew the permit and no longer allow an STR at 1987 Beach Boulevard? How many STR permit revocation hearings, if any, has the city conducted in the past 3 years? The city's behavior indicates there are subjective and inconsistent standards of enforcement of the existing ordinance. I will continue to list more of the many and long documented incidents at 1987 Beach. February 22nd, 2023, 1987's trash receptacles again not put out for collection, code enforcement contacted and form filled out. March 11th, 2023, 2:01 a.m., customers underneath our bedroom window talking loudly, walking back and forth. March 11th, 2023, 3:44 a.m., customers outside again underneath our bedroom talking loudly, walking back and forth. 8:45 a.m., spoke with Marbella Lane property manager Allison, explained our continual noise issues, and asked for Marbella Lane to have customers ingress and egress property via the garage during quiet hours. Her response, I think you need to go to a doctor and be put on medication. March 15th, 2023, 11:04 p.m., large group returning to property, loud voices. March 20th, 2023, 10:45 p.m., very noisy group checking in, yelling, loud talking, obnoxious amounts of luggage being dragged over concrete. Went on extensively. Some people went in and out again at 11:35 p.m. March 21st, 2023, 11 a.m., customers loitering in our driveway, disturbing dogs. April 3rd, 2023, 9:45 a.m. to 12:15 p.m., car alarm at 1987 Beach going off continuously, disrupting our household and morning business meetings. Please direct staff to take action, which they can do with the existing ordinance now in place in the coastal zone, with the best possible action being that the long-standing nuisance at 1987 Beach Boulevard does not have their STR permit renewed. Thank you, Council.
Thank you. Are there any other callers?
There are no other raised hands.
Thank you. I'll close public comment, bring it back to council. And we have an amendment to our agenda. So we will be having staff communications now, with council communications following our consideration items.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Beckmeyer, Vice Mayor Bowles, and council members. I wanted to take an opportunity. I was hoping to have done this at the November 10th council meeting well, let me back up and say, several months ago, Pacifica was selected as one of 20 cities around the country for an opportunity to develop a promotional video about the city that essentially highlights where Pacifica is, what Pacifica stands for, and really markets Pacifica for many different things. And the creation of this video was a process that the mayor and vice mayor participated in, and the Planning Commission Chair, Samantha Hauser, and various city staff members. And over several months, we put this together. Professional quality video, and I wanted to take the opportunity to show it. It's about 5 minutes long. Part of the package is that we also get a 1 minute short to be used. And then the city owns all of the footage. And so there's an incredible amount of B-roll footage that was taken in bringing this together that we can use for economic development, marketing purposes, for recruitment of employees, marketing purposes, et cetera, et cetera. The list goes on. So just wanted to take an opportunity to show the video now, and everyone sit back and enjoy it. And we will have this posted on our website and also promoted out in other means. It won't mean very much without the narration. I think we've had this audio technical challenge before, so give us 1 minute to try to resolve
Council,
this.
do we need a little break before we go to consideration items? Should we do that now?
So they can, so there's not.
While they're doing that? Anybody? Yeah? All right, we'll take a 3 to 5 minute break while we work on our technology and
Great, thanks.
bio break.
glitch. So rather than try to troubleshoot it now and take the time, we have a lot of on the agenda. So I announced that this will be available. It's on YouTube, and we will post a link to the YouTube video, and we'll promote it out. And PCTV will probably very kindly be broadcasting it as well as soon as we get them a copy. So that's the announcement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Because you already got us into watching that video. Go
Yeah.
to YouTube and maybe.
Well, that's what we're showing it from, but we can't get the audio to work properly through the multimedia system.
Recording in progress.
So we'll just have to watch it at another date, and everyone will get the link. It's because we didn't have popcorn. All right, let us turn our attention then to public hearing to consider adoption of an ordinance to adopt by reference the 2025 edition of the California Building Standards Code and Fire Code with local amendments. And is there a staff report? Oh, yes, Director Updegrave. Sorry, Mary. I'm infringing. I'm spreading out.
Thank you, Mayor Beckmeyer. Good evening, Vice Mayor Bowles, Council, Samantha Updegrave, Community Development Director. And we are here tonight for the adoption hearing for the Triennial Building Code update and local amendments. We'll just look briefly at what those are, review the 2025 update process, local amendments, required findings, and recommended action. So the building codes are updated every 3 years, and local jurisdictions are required to adopt a statewide model code, but we can also adopt local amendments, and the adoption must be effective by January 1st of 2026, and that will be the 2025 code cycle. Our update process in September, we did a study session on REACH codes and changes to state law. In October, did consideration of various local amendments. On November 10th, introduced the ordinance to adopt the statewide model and local amendments. And here we are today for the public hearing and consideration of adoption. The ordinance includes continuation of the local amendments from the 2022 code cycle adoption, except where superseded by the 2025 codes, updates to comply with state law changes since 2022, and non-residential bicycle parking. The City of Pacifica has adopted local amendments over several cycles of the California Building Code update. These include to building code, residential code, electrical code, plumbing code, and fire code. The requirements for all electric new construction will be removed due to the Ninth Circuit holding on California Restaurant Association versus the City of Berkeley. And then we'll carry forward those 2022 local amendments with some minor changes. We have a new amendment for non-residential bicycle parking when provided indoors to provide electrical outlets equal to 25% of the number of required spaces. And the recommended action is to adopt by title only and waive the second reading of the draft ordinance using the motion on packet page 239. And that concludes the staff presentation. I'm available to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. I don't have any lights. Are there any clarifying questions from council?
I'll wait till after public
Okay.
comment.
All right, public comment then. I have one card. No, I don't. I have no cards. Does anyone wish to comment on this item? Seeing none in the House, City Clerk Coffey, is there anyone on the phone?
There are no raised hands on the phone.
Okay, we'll bring, close public comment and bring it back to council. Questions? Comments?
Comment? Well, I appreciate the progress that we've made. I'd like to restate my objection to the state tying our hands, not letting us address our community's needs and our community's challenges, such as climate change, in a proactive way. And I'm sorely disappointed in our state leaders, and I wish we could do more.
Thank you, Greg. Thank you for stating that. Any other comments?
No, I appreciate the time we've spent on this. It's come before us several times, and we've asked lots of questions, and I'm ready to make a motion, but I also agree with Greg, and hopefully we can shift some things at the state level in the next year or so.
Let's hope.
So,
All right.
Motion to approve as noted?
Assistant City Attorney, how do you need the motion stated? Do we need to read what's on packet page 239?
Yes, you don't need to read the whole thing, but you can say move to take the following actions to adopt, and then just read under item 1, to adopt by title only and waive the reading of the ordinance as set forth in detail on page 239.
Okay. So I move that we adopt and take the following actions to adopt by title only and waive the second reading of an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Pacifica, A, B, and C as noted in the agenda on packet page 239.
I'll second.
Council, please vote. And with the motion made by Vice Mayor Bowles and seconded by Councilmember Beer, the motion passes 4-1, with the no vote being by Councilmember Wright.
Just for the record, the no vote is to substantiate my desire to be able to do more.
Very good. Thank you. All right. Moving on to consideration items 10, 11, and 12. Item 10, Ecology of the Coast application for rate increase for 2026. The proposed action is to adopt a resolution confirming Ecology of the Coast's application for a rate increase of 2.94%, and resolving that it is accurate and consistent with the annual rate adjustment procedure specified in the agreement with Ecology. And we have a presentation by Public Works Director Melissa Tigbow, ably assisted by Louis Sun, Deputy Director. Is the City Manager, are you kicking this off, or are we starting? Okay, Director Tigbow, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. My name is Melissa Tigbow. I am the Public Works Director, and here with me is Deputy Public Works Director Louis Sun. I also would like to mention that we have Ryan Gordon from Recology in the audience if we have any questions, and Mr. Rick Simonson from HF&H Consultants also to answer any questions at the end of the presentation. There are several items for discussion tonight, so I'll do my best to make this brief presentation on the annual application for rate increase for Recology of the Coast. Next slide. Some background information on the city's agreement with Recology thus far is that we entered into the franchise agreement in February of 2010. In 2013, there was the First Amendment with some negotiated tasks. In October 2016, the agreement was extended to December 31st, 2022. October 2022, Amendment number 2 extended the agreement by 10 years and added rate increase review. November 2024 was Amendment 3, which added grit and screening disposal from the Calera Creek wastewater treatment plant. And just to note that this is an annual action that the council addresses. They adopt the recology rates for the following year. Next slide. So in summary, this 2026 rate increase began in May 2025, where Recology submitted their application for annual rate increase. In August 2025, the city engaged HF&H for financial review, and that's all in accordance with the Section 11.03B of the franchise agreement. In October 2025, the report of the financial review proposed a 2.94% annual increase for 2026, and it is accurate and consistent with the rate adjustment procedures which are specified in the franchise agreement. And just to note that the project costs are based on the changes in various Bay Area consumer price indices. Most significant increase in workers' compensation and leases, with the decreases due to lower fuel costs and surplus from projected revenues. To provide a snapshot of the prior approved rate modifications, this table summarizes the changes over the past few years. And as you can see, between 2020 and 2026, there have been increases that have varied between under 3% up to 5.86% and 5.09%, which was just recently approved last year. Next slide. So in short, the recommendation is that staff recommends council adopt the resolution confirming Recology's application for a rate increase of 2.94%. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Are there any questions from council before we go to public comment? Oh, I have a light. Please go ahead, Councilmember Wright.
I was wondering how much they adjusted their employees' pay during that period.
That I will have to ask.
And I'd also like to know if there was any benefit reductions, like increased copays on their health care or anything like that.
I'll see if Mr. Ryan Gordon, if you'd be able to come to the podium.
Hi, thank you. Good evening, Council. Happy to be here to answer any questions about Recology. So Recology, we contract with Teamsters Local 350. So we negotiate contracts with them every 5 years. So over the last 5 years, I apologize, I have only been with Recology of the Coast for about 3 years, but they have about an average increase of about $2 per hour every year. Benefits have gone up a little bit. I think everyone's benefits costs have increased a little bit over the years, but the benefits I can't speak too much on, as the benefits for our Recology drivers are handled by the Teamsters Union.
In that $2, what percentage roughly does that represent?
Off the top of my head, Councilmember Wright, I don't really know what the percentage is.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Mayor Bowles.
Yeah, thank you for staying there. I think my question is really for you more than staff too. We've gotten several requests or comments from members of the public wishing that we had more organics waste pickup opportunities beyond the green bin. And I asked that question ahead of time, and staff has answered a little bit here, but perhaps you can take a moment to explain like what options are available, yard trimmings, so forth, if people have more than fit in their bin.
Yeah, absolutely. So we offer weekly pickup, obviously to all Pacifica residents. They can call for additional pickups for a fee if they do have too much green waste and they need to get it out. I'm in the community a lot. I always recommend people, and I've done it myself, where, man, I have a lot of extra green waste this week. Talk to your neighbors. A lot of people sometimes don't fill up their green waste or put it out every week. So I say cooperation with your neighbors to help with some things. But to answer your question, we do offer additional if they need it. They could call for an off-day pickup for a fee.
Okay, and is that, like, would people, when I lived in San Francisco, we didn't get charged extra, but we could put out extra brown bags or, tie bundles up a certain size, right, so that they weren't heavy, what are your constraints on?
So, every garbage company is a little bit different. Our residential areas here in Pacifica, there's different kind of trucks. There's what we call side loaders and rear loaders. So in the past, most of the garbage routes were off rear loader trucks, which means it's very easy to pick something up and throw it in the back of the truck. Our residential routes are more serviced by side loader vehicles. So if you put an extra bag of green waste, it would require our drivers to actually pick it up and have to throw it overhead into their trucks, which is a safety hazard for our drivers, which is why we recommend, hey, if you need to refill your can, that's the best way to go. We are willing to, speak to the city to see if there are some things we could do for extra bags, to make sure, first of all, they're paper compostable bags. Unfortunately, some people will put green waste into black plastic bags and want us to pick up, which really ruins the material and makes it not compostable.
Okay, so you're saying people would fill up their green bin and then call you for a second pickup because you'd have to drive back?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, and there's no way that people could just bring green waste to your facility here on Palmetto?
Unfortunately, so we have our recycle yard at 1046 Palmetto, which I encourage the public. It is very busy there, but I do talk to some people in the public who actually don't seem to know that we have a recycle yard at 1046 Palmetto. To take green waste, it takes special permits that we don't currently have at our facility to do the green waste.
Okay. Okay. Well, thank you for now. Mm-hmm.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Espinoza.
It is about pickups, and I noticed that my sister used to live in San Mateo, and what they do there is that they 2 times a year she can put outside whatever she wants to get rid of. And we don't have that luxury here in Pacifica. We only have like 3 items. And after that, you don't have any, you cannot bring anything. So, and I think not everybody does it, use their 3 items. So I would like to see if you guys gonna maybe let us put more stuff, maybe twice a year, or if we're gonna do that, maybe add 1 more item, will be kind of helpful for some people in the area. I noticed that a lot of people has a lot of stuff that they need to get rid of, and it's kind of very difficult. So I don't know if it's a consideration to maybe add another item.
Yeah, so each resident is given a courtesy, so 3 bulky items per year. You could use that, in three different, 1 in February, 1 in May, 1 in August, and we keep track in our system who does what. Or you could do all 3 bulky items at once if you have to get rid of something. We do take bulky items free of charge at our recycle yard. So when you're talking about furniture and things like that, we do take those, and we are open every Tuesday and Thursday from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. and Saturdays from 7 a.m. to 2 p.m. And we will accept bulky items at our yard as long as they are able to show a Pacifica ID, that has their address on it. Unfortunately, I don't know if you guys remember the garbage strike that struck Daly City and Half Moon Bay in July. We had a lot of out-of-town people trying to utilize our recycle yard that are not Recology of the Coast customers. So we have kind of surprised some people. ID was always a requirement, but maybe something we didn't do a good job. But as we noticed more people coming from out of town, We are definitely checking IDs there, so anyone that has a Pacifica ID is able to use that Recology Recycle Yard the 3 days a week that we are open.
And my other question is, I just thought, like, older people who, they cannot pick up things and take it to the yard, is that a possibility that you guys can pick up an extra item for them if they have, they're like maybe 70 years old, they cannot? Because came across to a person that they had so many things on the side of the house. I guess they couldn't do it themselves. So I wanted to help out too, but then I would like to see if there anything you can do for older people who cannot bring things to the yard.
Yeah, I mean, I think we could probably handle that on a case-by-case basis. We do actually have some special exemptions for people that are handicapped or elderly, that we have to go up their driveway to service their garbage cans because they have a tough time wheeling them out to the curbs. Mm-hmm. So we do have that noted on all those accounts if they do have a special exemption. Okay. So maybe that's something that we could revisit if the people just call our office during office hours and explain their situation. We're always here to help.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I don't know if it's Vice Mayor Bowles or Councilmember Wright.
Go ahead, Greg.
Greg?
I just wanted to say I really like my Pacifica garbage men compared to my city garbage men. I am thrilled about the service that they give me at my house. That part I'm very pleased about. I'm very dissatisfied in the city, and I thought you should know.
Well, no, I appreciate that. And believe it or not, we have about 50% of our workforce are Pacifica residents.
Yeah.
Me, myself, I was born and raised here in Pacifica, and my parents still live here. And, it's a good group of guys. They really are. When you think about these huge storms and windstorms we get, and they're basically sending out alerts for everyone to stay at home and not leave their house. Our guys are out there on the streets picking up. They're a very dedicated work group, and I think the fact that so many of our employees live here, they take a special pride in keeping the city clean. Like I said, I've lived here my whole life, and I feel great working for a company that services our community.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Bowles?
Yeah, it's really good to know that. They do a great job, so I hope they're listening to the comments tonight, too. I noticed something interesting in your contract that I thought might be helpful to explain to our lower income residents. So there was mention of a lifeline rate that seemed to save about $20 a month on a standard service. Can you explain that and who's eligible for that?
I don't know too much about that, Ms. Bowles, so I apologize. But I do know it is something that we do offer. When they call into our customer service department, they're the ones that have all the information about that. As the operations manager, I'm kind of on the ground, making sure everything's picked. So my job is more supervising our drivers and making sure everything's picked up, abandoned waste and things like that. So when it comes to billing, that is not my specialty, but I could work on just getting some more information to you directly so you can communicate that to the community.
That'd be great. And in the meantime, they can call the office. So that's
Absolutely.
good for people to know. I
Yep.
appreciate it. Thank you.
And do you have the phone number handy?
For our office?
Yes.
Yes, 650-355-9000.
Thank you very much. I do have one card for public comment, and then we'll check and see if there's anyone on the phones, or if anyone else who's recently arrived wishes to speak on this item, which is item 10. The card I have is from Kimberly Finale.
Good evening, council members. Kimberly Finale, Pacifica resident. Nice to see you all. I also very much appreciate our local garbage men. They do an excellent job, and ours is a very friendly and wonderful person. Let's see, so back in October 2022, when Recology had their contract extended by 10 years, to approach this topic again, I approached the council during public comment in bewilderment at the fact that there is no day of the week or month for residents to bring their excess green waste for disposal. Although we have options for disposing of oversized items, paint, toxins, metal, hazardous waste, etc., there are 0 options for residents to dispose of excess organic waste outside of our green bins. For the many of us whose property backs up to open space, we have an added burden of having no outlet for our own city in our own city for excess green waste to support our efforts at keeping defensible space around our property. On that evening in 2022, Recology's general manager, Glenn Bonji, was asked by council to report back with information and a pathway to this basic service. That was 3 years ago, and after multiple attempts at highlighting the necessity to add this ability to dispose of this potential fire fuel that is excess green waste, we have heard nothing from him. He did promise to get back to us on that, and to my knowledge, he never did. The fire department has reported to this very council that the importance of property owners having the ability to maintain defensible space around our homes, yet we have no way to dispose of the excess debris, much of it coming from the trees above our homes, which drop dead branches from open space onto private property. Please do not approve another rate increase until Recology engages as promised previously with a response. It has been said that Recology doesn't have permits for this organic waste disposal, but I find that unsatisfactory and frankly unacceptable. We're not asking to reinvent the wheel here. If they can maintain permits for hazardous and toxic waste, surely Recology can haul out the additional green waste. The infrastructure is already there. Please request a plan that requires follow-through on obtaining the permits or arranging for the ability for the same ease as toxic waste disposal. Thank you.
Thank you. And I have a card from Lynn Adams.
Thank you. I wanted to say thank you to Recology for being a premier sponsor to Earth Day since 2006, 2007, and for their support every year for Earth Day and Coastal Cleanup Day, taking away all our trash. But I also wanted to say thank you because the new dumping rules that went into effect, and if you could call that in, Recology goes and picks it up, has helped significantly to end the dumping around our town. When it's gone immediately, then it's not there for people to see. Dumping begets more dumping. A clean space stays clean longer. So it has made a huge difference in Pacifica having the dumped stuff picked up immediately. So thank you, Recology, for your work. I'd like to see more education about recycling and where it goes. That's always of interest to us because I think we want everything to be recycled. We can put it all in the blue bin, but if it's not being recycled, I think that's kind of, and this is not just Recology, this is everywhere, right? The plastic industry is making it look really bad. And I think we need education about where is it going, what is it becoming, and what is it not becoming. And that would be really important for our community to know, because I think we're responsible people, and with better information, we would do better things. Thank you.
Thank you. Assistant City Clerk, are there any calls?
There are no raised hands.
All right. Then I will close public comment, bring it back to the council for discussion, deliberation, further questions.
Do you have anything further, staff? I wasn't sure if it cut you off in the middle of your presentation or not.
I would like to understand better, because it is true, we've discussed the issue of additional green waste more than one time. I did not recall that there was to be a plan brought forward, and I'm wondering if there could be follow-up from staff with Recology on that front, because it sounds to me like maybe this is the larger conversation. I think we've brought this to goal setting before and touched on it there. Perhaps that's where it belongs. Perhaps in light of our climate adaptation and resilience committee, there may be some other avenues that could be pursued. I I'd like to know more about the permitting limitations, et cetera. So I realize that's not something we're prepared for tonight, but I would like to have a follow-up on that, in whatever form that would need to take place.
Yeah, and I'll respond that I'm seeming to recollect, but we can look it up and talk with Recology, that they did follow up with information and an explanation about, why they can't accept green waste drop-off due to the permitting issues, and where there's a discussion about, all of the green waste gets hauled to a composting facility, I believe, perhaps in San Jose or beyond, for processing. And so there was a lot of information that I do recall being discussed, but, if we're talking about council interest in increased service from Recology of the Coast, that's a franchise agreement reopening issue, and I would recommend that would need to be brought forward during goal setting. That would be a significant work item.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Just one more question for you. I love Lynn's idea, actually, of and is having a presentation sometime that could be, shared with the community. The nice thing about these meetings is that they're all recorded. Would you be willing to consider coming back sometime next year and doing a little presentation on recycling and really where things going, what numbers really get recycled? And I know I have a few friends who are paying for like Redwell for extra to make sure that plastic is not just going in the trash, and just to help educate people about choices and buying and so forth.
Yeah, absolutely. We actually do employ a gentleman who we consider him a waste zero specialist. So his job is to go out and educate the community. So he'll go to apartment buildings and things like that. He gets feedback from our drivers saying, especially our recycle drivers who, when they're dumping recycling, will bring him a contamination tag. Hey, this apartment building constantly has garbage in the recycle or whatever. They're not doing it the right way. So he reaches out to the property owners and goes and tries to educate them. We're also working very hard closely with the city of Pacifica on SB 1383, which is a Senate bill that requires all commercial businesses to compost. So we're identifying commercial customers that currently do not have composting, and we are not making them have service, but explaining the benefits of them having service. Our job is really to educate the customer, not to enforce them having service or not, but just explaining the benefits of composting and what it does for the environment, the community.
Okay, wonderful. Yeah, we'll be in touch then.
All right, great.
Next year. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I have a question.
Yes.
Oh,
So
please.
is there anything we can do for the green waste? Is there maybe, because a lot of people are having issue with collecting that. It's too much to put it in the garbage can, and they might need a place to dispose it. Is there any way you guys can help?
Like I said, I'm going to have to get with our general manager, Glenn Bonji, who unfortunately had a family commitment tonight, which is why he is not here. I don't quite know the history of what was brought up and what we need to do. I do know there is extra permitting to have at the yard, and to make sure that we could handle all the additional green waste. Our trucks are only so big, and only have so much room for a certain amount of things. Where people come in with truckloads of green waste, we're not maybe going to have the capacity to handle that. So I do think it's something that the community is interested in, obviously. So I think it's something that could be discussed further.
Great. Thank you.
Sorry, I just remembered one more thing that
Sure.
actually relates to something later tonight. I know you all have some of your large bins like right out here at 2212 in the courtyard. Is that part of your agreement with the city financially as part of this contract, or that's just an extra bonus that we're allowing those to be stored here?
I am unaware of anything, any sort of contractual agreement or anything, and why those bins are there, but I could get back to you on that.
Okay, all right, thank you.
That would be helpful, thank you.
Yep.
Greg?
Thank you.
I was just wondering, while you're standing up there, if you as we're approaching the holiday season, what's the Christmas tree policy? Could you just inform the public about that?
Yes, absolutely. So we collect Christmas trees from all residential properties. We do ask that the Christmas trees not be more than 6 feet in length. If they are more than 6 feet in length, we ask that they are cut in half. And then we start picking those up immediately, basically from December 26th through January 31st. We will pick up Christmas trees. They do need to be curbside with your garbages. And obviously, all ornaments and, tinsel and things like that being taken off. One thing we have found that's challenging that we are trying to communicate to the public, a lot of people go to these places and they put this kind of homemade stand on there with wooden boards and a plastic thing. Those need to be taken off because especially the plastic is not compostable and the wood that they have on there is not compostable. So any sort of stand that is on your tree needs to be removed as well.
And is that on your regular pickup day?
Correct. So if your regular pickup day is on a Monday, if you have that tree out there Monday morning, we will come and pick it up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Do we need an act, is there, city attorney, is there action on this item?
Yes.
I think there is.
Yes.
We
There
need
is
like a
resolution.
motion,
We do.
Okay, let's look at that, because it's a resolution.
It is.
So we need to adopt the resolution. And we need to have a motion and a second for that.
We do. Okay, I move to adopt a resolution confirming Recology of the Coast application for a rate increase of 2.94% is accurate and consistent with the annual rate adjustment procedures specified in the agreement with Recology and everything else that it says there.
On packet page 228.
Thank you.
288. And I'll second. Please vote.
And for item number 10, with the motion made by Councilmember Beer and seconded by Mayor Beckmeyer, the vote passes unanimously.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, moving on, we have item 11, guiding framework of parameters and principles for the 2212 Beach Boulevard site request for qualifications/proposals. So we'll receive a presentation. I think, City Manager, are you going to kick this off for us? And I know we have our folks on Zoom, correct? As well, we have Assistant City Manager Yulia Carter, and our consultants Ken Hira from Cosmont and Robert Valenti, also from Cosmont,
And
who are available on Zoom,
Yeah,
correct?
they're on Zoom, correct. And we do have a presentation that they will be providing, so if, we can bring them up on Zoom. And I'll just quickly turn it over to Assistant City Manager Carter to kick us off.
Good evening.
Hello.
Madam Mayor and council members, I'm Yulia Carter, Assistant City Manager, I apologize. The item before you tonight is to establish the guiding framework and key principles for the RFQ, RFP process for this beautiful site at 2212 Beach Boulevard, which is Pacifica's most significant economic development opportunity identified in both citywide strategic plan and economic opportunity study. So this unique oceanfront and strategically located property is well positioned for visitor serving purposes. And the recent completion of the Surplus Land Act process earlier this year now allows the city to formally market the property. And tonight we are asking the council to do two things: help define the expectations, priorities, and guiding principles and development parameters to be included in the solicitation process, and also decide whether you want to form an ad hoc subcommittee for key milestones throughout this process. And as city manager mentioned, we have our consultant team today from Cosmont companies join us by Zoom. So with that, I want to turn it to Ken here from Cosmont to walk us through the RFQ framework process in more detail. And I can see.
Okay, thank you very much. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, okay, great. This is Ken Hero with Cosmont Companies. My colleague Bobby Valenti is also on. And Yulia, I'll probably ask if someone could advance the slides, but appreciate being here this evening with you on Zoom, Madam Mayor and members of the council. We have a presentation, and then we're going to be certainly available for some questions. And I'll start high level. As part of Cosmont Company's implementation of the Economic Opportunity Study, which was accepted by City Council in March of 2023, Cosmont has been working with the city on various opportunity sites and the management of some city-owned properties. And the potential for the Beach Boulevard site, we feel, is strong. And it's an opportunity that obviously is an oceanfront piece of property that could be at a highest and best use that we're going to discuss tonight and try to advance with regards to a developer request for qualification and proposal package. As Yulia mentioned, just as recently as September 2025, the city completed what's called the Surplus Land Act, which is compliance with the requirement from HCD that the site be offered to the affordable housing development community. We went through that process through a notice of availability. We received clearance from HCD, basically receiving no responses from the affordable housing development community. So it allows the city now to move forward as it sees fit with this request for qualifications and proposals, RFQP approach to basically soliciting developer interest in the Beach Boulevard site. The city can evaluate, the development opportunity and explain that to the marketplace with some background and context, primarily, of course, to spur economic activity, job creation, and some tax generation. Those things we believe can be achieved with a high-end hotel opportunity for the site, and particularly with its location, and particularly now that there's a willingness to transact the site on the part of the city. Next slide, please. So here's just an identifier of the site. There's actually a couple different parcels. The main parcels that would be offered, which is the same parcels that were cleared through the Surplus Land Act, is basically what's shown on the screen. It's approximately 3 acres, including a right-of-way piece. Next slide. So some of the highlights before I get into the framework is obviously the rare oceanfront property that sits at the Pacific Ocean, which hopefully will incentivize and catalyze interest from the development community for a high-end hotel in a leisure-led market, obviously near SFO and the Bay Area proximity. There's some relatively strong market indicators from what we've evaluated Cosmont Companies. So far, we've done some high-level market research on hotel opportunities that are oceanfront. So those are relatively positive at this point because it's a pretty unique site and pretty unique development opportunity for the hotels. I will say that there are some challenges in the market which we need to be aware of, that hotel and new development in general are facing some headwinds with high costs and high interest costs, but this is a chance for really the market to see this site that you're offering, and we're going to test the market with our approach, right-sizing the concept with public access and amenities, and of course the city value, which is the economic driver, inclusive of 3 different tax sources, what's called TOT, which is transient occupancy tax, of course, sales tax, and property tax, all of which will inure to the benefit of the general fund. Next slide. So the framework, as I'll walk through here in the next 5 steps, includes number 1, the drafting of a document, an RFQP document. Number 2, the development of a list of the recipients who will receive that RFQP document. Number 3, the circulation of that document and the managing of the process. I'll spend more time on that. Obviously, number 4, reviewing those responses that come in from the private sector. And then 5 would be the initiation of negotiations. And then we've also provided an illustrative timeline, which I'll go through with you in a minute. So number 1, the drafting of the document, what that entails is an RFQP package. It's sort of identifying the 2 phases that we see make the most sense. And I think the development community will not be surprised by that approach. The first stage or the first step is really the qualifications we would want to receive from the development community. And then depending on that, the second phase would include proposals, which is more specific. In the package itself, what's important is for us to show the site, explain the city's visions and goals for the site, share some of the existing conditions, indicate high-level market info, and then really provide the site development opportunity and the criteria of what the city would be looking for out of a development partner. Step 2, next slide, please. The list of recipients. Another very important step before issuing the RFQP is to whom the document is sent. And we can work on that list in collaboration with the city and interested developers, kind of a pre-qualification list. We also at Cosmont have a very extensive list, which we can put together, and that would be part of the distribution. Further, to create transparency, we suggest that whatever RFQP document we come up with early next year is that it's likely posted on your website, and that way it creates an opportunity for others to take a look at it. Step 3, next slide. Certainly as we issue that RFQP document, there's going to be inquiries and questions, and we can create a point of contact, create a file sharing site, register those interested parties, and then do the back and forth during that deadline. Next slide. Step 4. Once we have responses, we don't know how many we're going to get back. But when it comes to qualifications, if there's many of them, we can quickly review those and decide, collectively who end up being the most qualified based on our criteria, which we'll talk about in a minute. And ultimately, we can choose how many of those parties that respond to the RFQ to interview. And that interview can result then in a short list of those parties that we think makes sense to move on to the next phase, which would be a specific proposal. That proposal would want to include in the round 2 or phase 2, it would want to include very specific economic terms, a development term sheet, concept plans, etc. And from that, the city can then, again, further vet and discern on, who would make the best development partner to basically enter into negotiations. I want to point out that back 7 or 8 years ago, a very similar process took place for the site, where there was actually a 2-step process for RFQP, and that process didn't come to fruition with the developer. But fast forward to today, we're going to embark upon that again to market the opportunity in a pretty positive light. Next slide, step 5. At the conclusion of the proposals and the review of those proposals and the discernment of those proposals, the goal would be to find a preferred developer, a preferred development partner, to enter into an exclusive negotiation agreement. And that agreement could last for a proper period of time, which would allow that developer ultimately to work on the various due diligence that's going to be required, because there'll be a significant amount of due diligence on the site, different environmental clearances that'll need to take place. And basically the E&A is also there in order to provide for the opportunity to negotiate a binding agreement, which we'll call a development agreement or a disposition and development agreement. So that's what the E&A represents, and the negotiations would be with one party that we believe would be the top development partner. Just some timeframes. These are high-level, rough timeframes. Sort of we illustrate here that tonight, we're in November, we're seeking council direction on moving forward with the framework, the criteria, et cetera. In December, if we get the green light from council tonight, we would work with staff to go ahead and write the RFQP and then ideally issue that after the first of the year. When we issue the RFQP, likely via email, we'll allow for 30 to 45 days, probably 45 days, to give enough time for qualification packages to be sent back to us. And sometime in February, we might be able to identify those parties that make the most sense to kind of create the short list. And we can make a choice as to who to interview to come up with that short list and basically choose who would move on to the phase two. And that would include the proposals and term sheets as identified here around March of 2026. In April, subject to those term sheets and our discernment again of the proper party that we think is going to be the best development partner, they can be final evaluation. Clearly, council will need to be involved in any exclusive negotiating agreement or the start of the E&A negotiation period, and council will need to help direct that further. I want to speak for a second also about the potential during this process to have an ad hoc committee, which I'll get to in a second. And we can talk about the different milestones during which a city council ad hoc committee may be involved in this process. So next slide, we have two different criteria, and these criteria were in your staff report. Let me just go through them. The RFQ or screening criteria, and then the next slide is going to be the RFP evaluation criteria. By way of qualifications, just high level, what will be very important for us is to indicate that financial capacity, financial wherewithal, will be a critical criteria for the hotel developer in the qualification package. A track record of developing potentially on the coastal community, developing high-end, upper upscale, luxury type brands and reputable operations reputation. Another criteria would be navigating through the different jurisdictional entitlements, including city and coastal commission, and it will be important for us to understand, does that party have that background and that experience? Do they know what they're getting themselves into, so to speak, by way of the critical nature of those jurisdictions? A history of hotel ownership and community engagement, and then a clear statement for the site, a clear vision and a role to really understand Pacifica's downtown, their economy, the visiting service industry that really is the opportunity in front of them. So those are some screening criteria. On the next slide, as we would move along, we would choose, again, a short list of parties who could then be part of the proposal process. That criteria should include some more details and really the critical aspects of, do they understand the Sharp Park specific plan and the benefits of the golf course nearby, the coastal trails, the other amenities, the view corridors, Palmetto commercial corridor, and the downtown sort of vitalization that can come with this opportunity. There should be designs and site plans in the RFP that should be rather specific to the site itself and the development options that they're proposing. Is there a brand or an operator? And what's the quality of that operator? Are there actually flags identified at that point or brands identified? And then resilience and coastal interface, and understanding, again, very specifically of the Coastal Commission requirements. They should have a sense of that entitlement process and be able to provide to us steps that they see needing to be taken. Of course, financials and schedule at this stage of the game for the shortlisted developers. A development pro forma, including economics, rates of returns, land purchase price. I put in here or ground lease, and I want to talk about that for a minute or two, but ideally it'd be the sale to offer them the best opportunity and the most incentive, and then a realistic development schedule. Lastly, we have a comment in here called city cost recovery. and as part of any ENA, an exclusive negotiating agreement, a deposit, which is going to be critical to the cost recovery for the city, and it should be sufficient to cover the costs of legal and consulting costs, some staff time potentially, and really that deposit ends up really offsetting at that point the city's expenditures and puts the burden on the developer. Most of what we've talked about here should not be surprising to the development community. Most of what we talked about here, if they understand an RFQP process and they've been through one with the city, they should recognize these bullet points and recognize these criteria and not be shocking to them. Next slide, ad hoc committee. As we discussed, there's going to be some critical decisions and a critical time frame and some milestones. So an ad hoc committee, which could comprise of 2 council members during about a 6 to 8 month period, as we tried to lay out, would want to at least have some significant touch points, which one would include a prospective developer interview. So when we get those RFQP packages back, subcommittee members could understand the packages that came in, those that we decide are worthy of interviews, and being part of those interviews, depending on the number of respondents. Number 2, as the term sheets come in that phase 2, and the short list of developers are offering, economics, et cetera, and there's a real technical evaluation, we would want potentially a committee to advise and give some direction as part of the decision on who to ultimately choose as, the developer. And then lastly, based on that preferred recommendation, there could be the shaping and identifying of that team and the start of that initial set of negotiations through an ENA process. So the council subcommittee could be involved in several milestones. We do think that it's really as needed, and the milestones could be, distinct periods of time as opposed to the expectation of standing or recurring time commitments. The ad hoc committee is your decision to make, whether you all think that that's a good way to go. If that's not the decision, I don't think it changes our approach in terms of the different framework and the steps we would take. And it would be our firm and the city staff working through those steps. And at some point, clearly full council decision will need to be made, again, based on the agreement that would be entered into with the preferred developer. Having said that, I think we're really at the stage where we'd like to get the discussion in your court, council members, get input and direction on the guiding principles and priorities and the approach, discuss this creation of an ad hoc committee, and then we're really seeking tonight, I think, authorization for city staff and Cosmont companies to move forward with the preparation and issuance of the RFQP document. So that concludes the presentation, and I would like to take it back to you all to discuss. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Council, are there any clarifying questions before we have public comment on this item, of which I have 2 cards? Oh, here comes another one. 3. Oh, no, pardon me, I don't. This will be the only one on this item. These are for the next item.
I just have one question.
Sure, go ahead.
Before public comment. Just going back to your schedule and the different steps, I'm sure, as we are starting to get proposals, it's something interesting to the whole council, but also to the community. When would be the touch points for the whole council, I guess, with or without the ad hoc, right? What's the different process if there's not an ad hoc? In which case it would come to the community more often, right, along the way also.
I can jump in. The next touch point for the full council would be the recommended firm that we want to enter into ENA discussions with, exclusive negotiating agreement discussions with.
But at that point, we would just be presented one option. Is that correct?
That's right. That's typically what would happen is after all the due diligence and technical expertise examines all the proposals, Cosmont's expertise and staff, and if an ad hoc committee were involved, they would be involved in that process to whittle it down to ideally one recommended developer, and we'd get full council direction to begin those negotiations.
So you're saying with or without an ad hoc, there would only be one presentation to the whole council and to the community. And is that necessarily true? I guess is what I'm asking.
It's only presenting one candidate, is that right? One.
I'll let Mr. Hira speak to his experience in how these processes have unfolded, but typically, and I believe as previously happened in 2016, right before my time, that's how the final developer was selected. Yes.
Ken?
Yeah, it's, I see Manager Woodhouse, I would agree with that the process is relatively fluid. I think that it's hard to predict, the number of packages that are going to come back by way of RFQ, RFP. I think there'll be a lot of nuances with respect to getting to the finish line. I think there can be some briefings on the way, potentially, maybe by city manager, that would be at a council meeting just to give updates. That's another way to think about touch points with the council. But in my experience with some of the other RFQPs, that's pretty much how it's gone down, or there's been an ad hoc committee. And we were just trying to be sensitive to the time commitment on the part of the council in this process. I also want to make comment that the exclusive negotiating agreement is recognizing that it's a non-binding agreement, and your city attorney can weigh in on that, but it boils down to a period of time during which the city would negotiate with the party. And the other question, which getting ahead of ourselves a little bit, is how long do we create that time frame for? If it's a 6-month agreement and there's the ability to extend it for 6 months, the party we enter in with, we're not locked in, and vice versa. You would take the property off the market. You would be in an exclusive for 6 months, but part of that exclusive negotiating agreement would be performance driven. In other words, there's got to be certain things that developer does, got to be certain things the city does in order to create the pathway for the due diligence, technical due diligence, environmental studies, et cetera, and the negotiation of a DDA. Those are 3 of the primary things. And there needs to be performance, there needs to be progress. So I think the monitoring of that is a very critical part of this process. But to get there, I think, is something that's either ad hoc committee or we can bring you that recommendation based on all of our professional experience.
Councilmember Beer.
Yeah, and so just to clarify, hi, Ken, thank you so much, by the way, for your presentation. Just to clarify, if there was an ad hoc, then that ad hoc committee would participate in, as you say, whittling down the choices. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
That's correct.
Any other questions at this juncture? All right, we're going to go to public comment. I have one card from Cindy Abbott.
Hello, Cindy Abbott, resident here in West Sharp Park. If there's time, maybe we can hear from the consultants a bit more about the Surplus Land Act process. Specifically, where are postings and how are they put out? Was there actual outreach to nonprofit housing developers? I think it would just be good for everybody to understand more about the process and that outreach. I am, though, a longtime supporter of having a hotel at this site. In fact, my first engagement in the Pacifica community was a charrette process held in this very room 28 years ago. So it's been a long time coming. I'm a little surprised, though, to hear conversation about a high-end hotel. So maybe more questions can be asked about what type of property we're actually looking for here in Pacifica. The past conversations have been for boutique hotels that understood the uniqueness and laid-back character of the Pacifica community and San Mateo County coastside. And I think that's a niche that's not filled very well here on the coast. And then there was some conversation to maybe help out the potential developer understand further requirements. Over the past several years, I've never seen a hotel approved by the Coastal Commission that did not have very explicit policies and provisions for affordable rooms, low-cost amenities, and access to people who very likely, from the sounds of this, might not be able to afford it otherwise. So that might be something to put out there early on, and something that the city hopefully wants to see as well, that regardless of the price structure, this land that's currently publicly owned is available for public services in the future. Thanks.
Thank you. I don't have any other cards. Is there anyone on the phone, Assistant City Clerk?
There are no raised hands.
Okay. Then we'll bring it back to the council for discussion deliberation. And did you have a question you wanted to start with?
I can.
Sure.
Everybody else is jumping
Yeah.
at it. Yeah, I think Cindy asked some good questions there about the Coastal Commission, and I know you.
Microphone? Microphone, I guess your mic isn't
Oh, I'm
close
sorry,
enough.
my notebook is touching it. Is that okay? Pete, is that working?
Is that better?
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I know you have told us that, you know, it's up to the developer to understand the Coastal Commission requirements, but, you know, one of those, and just looking at the site plan, I don't know if we can pull that back up, Sarah, if that's possible. Yeah, okay. Because it looks like the line of the site boundaries kind of go through our parking lot, which is here in the front. My understanding is those parking spaces are very important to the Coastal Commission, right, for public parking, for access to the coastal trail, the pier, et cetera. Yeah, it's odd, the way it kind of cuts through, you know, right in front of our council chambers right now. So we're, yeah, I think just, I mean, I know a lot of things can, you were saying, you know, a lot of things can be worked out through them later on, but some of these basic constraints might be important to just ensure that they understand. Like, I mean, it's not that the parking has to stay there, but it might need to be built into their own parking structure if they're eliminating some of those spaces. What do you think, Ken? Is that something that we should specify?
Sorry, I do think that it will be important to express in our package some of the potential Coastal Commission requirements.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's not just relying on the developer to understand that, to my point earlier, but we're going to want to dictate if there's critical criteria that the Coastal Commission is going to look at, and or as part of the local coastal plan. We're going to want to telegraph to, you know, as part of the background and existing conditions, certain requirements that we're aware of. So we should include things like that if they are if they're requisite.
Okay, great. Yeah, and I'm glad to hear they're asking for affordable rooms and so forth too, because, yeah, as Cindy said, as this is public property, we want to make sure we're attracting, people of multiple abilities to pay also. And then, sorry, back to that plan, if you don't mind leaving that up for a minute. So at this point, we haven't really identified what part of the site we're selling, right? I'm not sure if all that was, maybe I missed it in the staff report, but I know we've discussed, keeping the pump station, which is attached to this building. And then, we haven't really discussed council chambers. At one point, there was talk of, this building could be in the RFP or not. And I understand it's good to have it there as a corner, for a hotel to give them the maximum ability to use the site. But that also will have, implications to the city and, conversations that we haven't had yet. So how does that get worked out in the RFP? What are your suggestions? And then knowing that we also have, public workspace that's storage. We've just put a new roof on one of the buildings, and the courtyard is being used by multiple groups right now too.
Yes, I can jump in on that. So this site view doesn't show this, but the previous council direction and the presumption is that the only part of this property that will not be sold or changed is the pump station. So the council chambers, this chambers we're in, will go away, site storage, all of that. We'll find alternate uses for that in the future. But the pump station and the critical infrastructure that is would remain. And so that's what the RFQP would describe. I do also want to just comment on the previous comment. We're not going to know all the detailed Coastal Commission requirements for a project, but certainly the RFQP will be speaking to the fact that that's an important step in the process. Any, as was mentioned in the RFQ criteria, experience working in the coastal zone and with the Coastal Commission will be emphasized in the selection process. So any of the potential developers may know about other projects and limitations and requirements the Coastal Commission had imposed. But those are going to all be very site-specific requirements. So there's not any, this much parking is needed. The Coastal Commission doesn't work that way, and we have our LCLUP and particular policies and requirements that apply to Pacifica. So it'll be a general acknowledgement about understanding that there will be Coastal Commission requirements in the approval process. So those are my comments on that.
Mary?
And would there be able to have, for you to have conversations with the Coastal Commission beforehand, like we've been trying to do with everything else?
Yes, well, we would do that, but I guess I'm not really sure that this is the phase in that process. I mean, it's very premature to do that. There have been conversations, and I believe I would turn to Ms. Updegrave to comment about it, but in the Sharp Park specific plan process, in working with coastal staff, and generally Coastal Commission is very supportive of hotels in the coastal zone to increase visitor options. But, so there have been supportive comments about this type of use previously, but specific engagement at this point is, I don't think, part of the process.
Okay, thank you. And then I was under the impression that the council chambers would not be here.
Okay.
Yeah. Don't know where, but that's for another day, another time.
Right, that's
Yeah.
another conversation.
I mean, one of the questions I asked Ken when I had my one-on-one with him last week is, besides the city's got a lot of money we have to spend up front, right, as part of the next steps, like doing an EIR and doing studies to find out where all this is going, and, and then when we decide where it's going, like, the buildings might need modifications, right, to be appropriate for council changers or whatever. And so, a hotel itself is even if we get someone right away, I think you said, is at least, realistically, probably 7 years. Is that, do I remember right? 5 to 7, minimum before something will be built and we'll be starting to get that revenue. And so I think it's important because as we're going to go into revenue generation and we have no money, we want to make sure that all those costs are paid for upfront for us, and whether they're, part of some deposit that they're paying or, as we're negotiating before selling the land, that we would have enough money from the sale, upfront to pay for all those things. So they couldn't defer paying us, for example. Does that criteria like that need to be in this RFQ?
I can just try to react to that. As commented, sort of the existing conditions need to be.
Uh-oh, Ken, it froze a little bit. Can you say that part again? Uh-oh.
There is an answer to that. There's an answer to that question here.
On page 5.
Yeah.
Sorry, I haven't read them all yet.
While we're trying to
Ken's a little frozen right
get
now.
Ken back here, my guess is part of what he was going to say was those kind of negotiating parameters are part of the ENA process when you get there. At that point, it's all a negotiation with your partner, your development partner in making this happen, and costs that they can endure versus the city, et cetera. So.
Okay, so you wouldn't recommend specifying some of that up front, that we make sure we actually have the financial wherewithal to make the project go ahead?
Right. I think that's any experienced developer is going to know that all of those provisions are going to be discussed during the ENA. So it's not. I think there is reference there, which is important because this was a little bit of a sticking point the last time we were in this process about including in there the expectation that there will be a significant deposit to cover legal expenses during the ENA process. That's important. But when you get into the ENA process, that's when all of the other negotiations are, and it would be too early and not enough detail to be able to specify things at this point in time. Mm-hmm. We're really trying to package up and market this site, for developers that are excited about it, to provide enough information to them and be as transparent as possible for them to do their due diligence about whether they want to submit their qualifications and then proposal.
Ken, are you back?
Can you guys hear me?
Oh, we can
Hello?
now. You were frozen before.
Okay. I'm sorry. I could hear you all, so I heard the discussion, and I don't disagree that what I was saying was the site conditions very clearly with respect to what's on the site today, what's expected to not be on the site ultimately to provide the hotel developer with the best opportunity in terms of land area and the adjacency to the pump station will need to be spelled out. And I think that will then be accounted for in their responses, both in the RFQ and the RFP packages. And the exclusive negotiating agreement is when we're going to get into the types of details to say, maybe there's relocation, and we have time. Mayor Pro Tem Bowles, or I think Vice Mayor Bowles, you made a comment about how long it's going to take. I think we don't know how long it'll take before something really gets built. But if we've got a 2 or 3 year period of time where we have to figure out what we're going to do with our council chambers, the council chambers, or some of the other public works activities, we know we've got some lead time there. And then as to economics, that's something that we can discuss with the development community in the Q&A for that matter, if we need to bring that up.
Okay, Councilmember Wright.
It's not lost on me that we're in deep financial waters here in Pacifica, and this site represents a large part of the solution to that. It's renewable revenue. It's going to keep coming every year, not just in terms of TOT, not just in terms of sales tax revenue on any restaurant supplies or anything like that. It's going to bring more visitors, which is going to bring more business to, and help be the cornerstone of our Sharp Park specific plan, which is to essentially try to establish a downtown. It's going to add added vitality here. It's key to our financial stability, and we ought to treat it as such. I'd be very interested in working on the ad hoc committee. I think I have a fairly good understanding of this process, and I'd be happy to serve. And I'm thankful that we have Cosmont to work with. I think they're very savvy in how they go about things. And I look forward to seeing what we choose to do.
Thank you, Greg. If there aren't any other immediate questions, I wanted to ask if we could please talk about ground lease versus sale, because there was a question about that, and in as much as it sounds like there may have been some discussion of ground leases in the economic opportunity study, can you compare and contrast or discuss that in regard to this site and this use of this site?
Yes, I'd be happy to, Mayor. Thank you. In any evaluation, I believe, where a city or really any party for that matter owns property, I think there can be a decision tree as to, are we selling a property fee simple, or are we attempting to keep ownership of it and maybe do a long-term lease? I know that in the economic opportunity study, we made a reference to the potential of a lease. Today, fast forwarding to what's happening in the marketplace, I've kind of alluded to it earlier. The capital markets, the ability to get financing to build expensive projects is challenged. And so what happens with ground leases is, for the development community, they tend to be harder to get access to capital. The way to get access to capital when they're going to do a ground lease versus buying property and owning it in fee is to have something like a 99-year ground lease. And it's been our experience as we work with cities, that's not a very common term. There are some ordinances that seem to restrict that length of time to more like 55 years, where property then could be subject to market conditions. So in this current environment, it's our recommendation that selling the property will allow for a developer to have the equity position in the land, be able to get financing, and be able to build the project at a more attractive cost of capital, because they're going to get more lenders interested, and I think it'll motivate the marketplace and the development community from a marketing perspective if the property's for sale. I'm in the middle of a different example where we went out to an RFQ, different circumstance, but it was in where there was a property that the city issued an RFQP, and they didn't get any responses virtually because it was just a fee development. And a couple years later, we're out for the same piece of property. We're offering it for sale today. And there were several responses that came back because I think they have more interest in the ability to take that risk if they have ownership, get access to capital if they have ownership.
I have another question. There's some reference to, in public comment, I'm going to say public amenities, and the fact that this is public property at the present until such time as it would be sold. At what point in this process, as you laid out on their timeline, or involving the ad hoc committee, assuming we have one, at what point in the process is there discussion, or is it appropriate to have discussion about public amenities that may be part of a project?
I think I indicated that in the RFQP package, besides existing conditions, there should be statements made about the city's vision. And I think if the city's vision is, a publicly amenitized project and or maybe driven by or required by some coastal commission requirements, I think it's a statement made as an overview for what the project expectations are or city's vision is for the site. They want to see an amenitized project. And the type of hotel, which was asked about earlier, it's the market is going to dictate what type of hotel is going to make the most sense here as to where it sits in the scale of upscale, upper upscale, luxury, boutique. That's what the market will tell us. That's what the development community will tell us with respect to their own underwriting. So we'll hear from them on what style, what format, what level, and what an amount of amenitization that they see as a vision, as a function of us sharing our vision with them in the RFQP package.
Thank you. Other questions or comments? Go ahead.
Probably same question that I probably asked before, but how are we going to market this property? Because we would like to make sure that nonprofit organization will have the opportunity to bid on this. So how are you going to market this property so everyone will have the opportunity to bid on it? Any potential builder or maybe nonprofit could have the opportunity to bid on this project. So how are you going to market it?
Well, it'd be our expectation if there's going to be a private sector development that would be a hospitality use, that we would want to try to create the best and most pre-qualified list. And I made mention of that in step 2, where that list is going to be who gets the RFQP. But in addition to that, again, for purposes of transparency and marketing, I would suggest we put it on the website. We allow for the access to the information from those that want to review it. The goal of this is, as my understanding is, to maximize the economic value of the land and the tax revenue generation so that it is, in fact, an economic development driver for your community.
So you're talking about just listing this property for sale in the city website, on the city website, or other?
Well, no, I say the RFQP, in my opinion, and we've done this often with RFQP packages, there should just be a link on your website so that folks can get access to it if they didn't end up on the distribution list.
Okay.
Relatedly, I do have 2 more lights, but that question made me think of a question from public comment about the Surplus Lands Act process as it unfolded. You helped us with that, so you have firsthand, you could go over what that generally looks like, if you would. And Councilmember Beer had the same question.
Yeah.
Did you have anything you wanted to add to that?
No, it would just be nice for our public to hear what the process was, so it's clear.
Yeah, I would like my colleague, Bobby, if you want to share, because Bobby is working for Cosmon in the capacity these days to focus on the Surplus Land Act and the different steps that are taken without, with a summary version, Bobby, if you want to share that and what we went through and what we did and what that process entails, I think that'd be really helpful.
Sure. Thanks, Ken. So just to quickly cover the Surplus Land Act process, and just by way of background, the Surplus Land Act is a state law. It's intended to ensure that public properties are made available for affordable housing purposes. Under the current SLA, public agencies that want to sell or lease an agency-owned agencies that want to sell or lease an agency-owned property must first go through a structured sale disposition process that requires exposing the property first to a list of affordable housing developers as well as some other required public agencies. It doesn't require that the property be used for housing. It does not, require agencies to receive anything less than fair market value, but it is essentially giving this list of affordable housing developers a first chance of proposing to purchase the property for affordable housing purposes. This property has gone through that formal SLA process. The city council declared the property as surplus. A notice of availability was then issued. It was sent to HCD's list of affordable housing developers as well as some other required public agencies. I don't have the exact count. I believe it's over 150 different entities received that notice of availability, that NOA. Apologies there. Ultimately, that notice of availability period lasted for 60 days, and ultimately the city did not receive any letters of interest from those affordable housing developers or other public entities. And so information about that process was then submitted to HCD, who then reviewed it and ultimately issued a clearance letter that found that the city followed those SLA procedures and now could go proceed with seeking other opportunities for the site.
Thank you very much. Vice Mayor Bowles.
A few questions. One, obviously, we have as council members, we have a fiduciary duty just to make sure we're, getting a fair price and a good project, for our community. I know you've educated us in some of the questions I asked earlier, but could you, for the public, talk a little bit about the appraisal process, what kind of appraisal, because there are some distinctions, right, between, appraising something based on its existing use and conditions, I think you called it, versus high and best value. What are the requirements or best practices for updating appraisals, those kinds of things, if this process takes a little while.
Right. I can start, Vice Mayor, and then any other staff can chime in. There was a draft appraisal that the city was able to attain. It was based on sort of the best use, the highest and best use. And it's really an effort, I think, to set some of our own internal expectations. Those are sensitive values at the end of the day, and frankly, confidential. And as we embark upon the process to go out to try to find qualified developers who are then also going to make an offer, ideally, on the site, it then allows us to have a benchmark clearly below which a developer, the city is not going to likely sell a property for something that's below fair market value. There can be offers that come in, through this process that could be above fair market value for that matter. And so that process is something I think that we want to stay very sensitive to. And I think really at the end of the day, because there's sort of a real estate negotiation component to this, clearly, that there will be, I think, occasion for closed session with council as we start talking about the economics and the value of the site. So, and then as to how long it takes and the time frame for that appraisal and the appraised value, at some point, if we're down the road months and months and months or years, that an appraisal will need to be updated as the market conditions change, which it's pretty clear that they do change, and they can change kind of rapidly in a short period of time. If we get down the road and it's a couple years from now and we're still negotiating or we still have some issues that we need to work out, and fair market value is one of those key variables, perhaps we'd get an update. And the good news about an update to an appraisal is it should be relatively easier than obviously a brand new one.
Okay. Quick question. Sorry, I have a candy in my mouth. When do you think an appraisal should be updated? what length of time? Remember, I'm a real estate broker, so that way
Yeah.
I just want to hear from you.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you're a real estate broker, then you would know as well.
I know the
mean,
answer.
if it's a
I
year,
know the answer, but I want to hear
if
from you.
it's if it's a year old, someone might question, what's happening in the market, and it also depends on market conditions. And if interest rates in a 2-year period, give or take, went up by 500 basis points, I think the short longevity of a appraisal during that period of time was well understood. And the issue with appraisals, the other issue is they lag. The comp information that's available could be 6 months old.
Okay.
So the updating of that kind of depends on market conditions and where we are in the roller coaster. But if you have a 2-year-old appraisal, it's getting pretty old. If you have a year to 18 months, it might still have some validity.
Well, thank you so much. I think that's a good clarification because in my industry, appraisals is only one day of the appraisal, to be honest. It's an opinion of value, and it's up to the person who did the appraisal. So the next day, someone might say, I want to do an appraisal. It's valid. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
So I still had some.
Oh, Christine, sorry, I didn't realize that. Go ahead.
No, that's okay. So you talked a little bit about community vision being in the RFP, and I went back and read the Sharp Park specific plan for the site, which has some specifics about heights and about like a restaurant space and, maybe hopefully some retail on Palmetto. There's some bonuses if they get that. Is that enough information? Where else are you getting information from about community vision for this project?
Yeah, I think the Sharp Park specific plan is a critical set of guiding principles as well as community input during that period of time. I think it's clearly a document that should be linked within the RFQP package or referenced that would need to be important to be studied and understood. The developers that are going to come forward are going to have a team. And those teams should include, in my estimation, top architects, top engineers for that matter. There needs to be a team of folks who have that experience. It's not just one human being. It's going to be, multiple folks that might be part of a development company. If they don't understand specific plans, then they're not going to be the right party necessarily for us to partner with.
Right. Yeah, and the specific plan talks about massing, but not really about design that much, I guess. And I'm pleased to see that some drawings will be part of what is required. But some of that is a little bit subjective as you're looking at proposals. Would we have a little more of a say in traditional versus modern, or because we have a mix here in Sharp Park, right? So it's not very well defined, or is that completely at their discretion?
No, I think you all should have a say at the end of the day on certain types of architectural preferences, certain types of consistencies with the environment. And then, then again, we're going to get from the development community a set of suggestions and an approach. And there is some flexibility there that I think is going to end up being required by both parties, both city and developer, from a design perspective.
But that's decided during the ENA as part of the negotiation, not necessarily something
I think it also could be a discussion, if you will, when those concepts come to us in the proposal phase. We're going to look at those and we're going to critique them. And I think if the architecture is something that makes sense, then we could push forward. If there's tweaks to it, we could push that forward too. The ultimate design, of course, as you probably can imagine, will be very much developed during that ENA period, in so much as that's going to define the environmental clearances, the size of the project, the type of project, the scale.
Okay. And then just, so one specific I was looking at in the Sharp Park specific plan is that it said the height could go up to 55 feet, but I know that hasn't yet gone to the Coastal Commission, so I'm just a little concerned if we're, we need a caveat, right, to make sure that they know that that still needs that approval, right, because there might be some things that come up.
Agreed.
Yeah, okay. And then just in terms of community amenities, you did say that that's something that we could ask for that would be here, like if we wanted a meeting space or, you know, I mean, I think that would be something great to ask for.
I'd like to know what the recommendation is about the right, as I asked before, my other question, at what point in the process is it appropriate to bring these things forward? Do we put it in the original, the initial RFQP? Is it something that comes, you put out a very general RFQP, see what you get back? Like, talk me through it.
Yeah, I do think that some of the comments on the front end as part of that original package, you know, generally are general. Because I think what we're trying to do is test the waters to understand what's happening in the marketplace. But it is to say, if we indicate on the front end that, you know, we're expecting an amenitized project to include certain benefits, whether it's coastal access or green space or different features of the hotel inside or outside, I think we should indicate some of those things. I think if the fine line there is, it depends on how prescriptive we get. I think the more prescriptive we get, then I think it's going to end up limiting this concept of flexibility. But again, it's a prioritization that you all should provide to the marketplace to tell them what you're interested in. I think when the proposals come back and projects come back, we're going to see what's on their minds, and we're going to be able to dictate and drive the additional amenities, I think, at that point in phase 2, that we're going to see is either lacking or some things that we like but we want to tweak. I think we're going to be able to give some direction during that period of time, I think, when we do interviews and review and critique their packages.
Okay, that answers my question. Thank you. Councilmember Beer.
I know in the staff report you mentioned right-size meeting rooms, and I was curious about what those were, but I also wanted to make a comment first because I understand from the learning process that I've had in the past few days about this, is that like a conference center might not be the best like use for this site because we really need revenue, right? And so curious about what you mean by right-size meeting rooms.
Yeah, I think that we don't want to, in my opinion, I don't think we want to tell folks, you know, a square footage requirement. Maybe we do, maybe we don't. But I think if we can indicate that we would like to see some meeting space because maybe that's lacking in the community, and we'd like you to try to emphasize that. If we say nothing about that, they're likely going to put nothing in their packages, right, or not refer to it. If we say we do want a reasonable amount of meeting space because we don't have a lot of that in our community, we've at least telegraphed to them it's something that's important. I toured a hotel not long ago, and it was interesting that the developer put in a different circumstance, but like 2,500 square feet of meeting space. And the way it was designed and the way you could cordon off different portions of it and the way it was laid out appeared to be really effective in that particular case. So it's amazing, I think, what you can do with a relatively small amount of square footage. I think if we start to get too far into this notion of having a conference facility,
right,
what happens with the hotel developers is they're underwriting basically average daily rate, which trickles down into something called RevPAR, which is revenue per room.
Right.
And that's how they're defining their return on investment. And so the more hotel rooms that they can generate revenue from against a cost, the more feasible the project is. The more of that space that they can't generate income from is a way that ends up diluting that return. So I think we say to them, hey, we think that there's an opportunity here because there isn't a lot in town.
Yeah.
And then we're going to end up seeing what they come back with. The party that comes back with 0 meeting space is something we're either going to say, you didn't make the cut, we got a comment for you, we're going to ask them to modify or push that envelope to a degree that makes more sense to us. And that's going to be that iterative process when it comes to concept planning and programming.
Thank you, Ken. I feel cared for.
Thank you. Councilmember Wright.
I'd just like to hear what you have to say about how do you strike the balance between trying to cast as wide a net to try to maximize the value that we're going to receive both in the long term in terms of renewable revenue and in the short term in terms of value of the property versus being too prescriptive and trying to tell people how to run their hotel business when they're the hotels. How do you find that right balance in the RFP to put out a proposal that's going to pull some people in?
Well, I appreciate that because I do think there's a very fine line there. I mean, I've seen RFPs that were so prescriptive that they named, tenants, let's just say. They named businesses. They might name a flag. And I think that ends up being too restrictive at the end of the day. The comment that can be made is, here are some of our preferences. Here are some of our goals and objectives. We'd love for you to try to meet these. We have flexibility when it comes to these different types of formats and the amenitization of a project. So if we kind of leave a little, and then furthermore, depending on who our audience is, if we capture the right group with our list and/or folks understand, the site opportunity and how strong it may be, they're going to be experts and they're going to have all kinds of experience on coastal opportunities, ideally, based on some of their past projects. And they're going to use those as examples and bring those ideas and creative ideas to us. So I do think we want to keep a level of creativity in the minds of the developers, these professionals, these experts who have built several projects in a perfect world. If a party doesn't have that type of experience, they shouldn't be our partner.
And then have you done a little bit of analysis in terms of whether you think this project can pencil or not? And in so doing, I assume that it fits within the range of what developers are expecting.
Yeah, we've done some high-level evaluation, Councilman. I mean, it's been mainly geared toward market and maybe looking at other coastal hotels and kind of what occupancy looks like, what their average daily rates look like, trying to make some comparisons to different hotels sort of along the coast, and what that might reveal. I think that average daily rate will be critical to the feasibility of the project. Now, it can't be a hotel with an overly rich rate at the end of the day, because it also has to appeal to a certain market base that can afford the hotel. On the flip side, if the cost of construction is pretty high, which it is today, they're going to want to do their best to drive the greatest ADR RevPAR. So there'll be a fine line of where this thing ends up. I mentioned earlier that the ground up hotel development feasibility today is a challenge because costs are very, very high. And that's what a lot of these developers are facing. And so that'll be reflective in their pro forma and what they provide to us. But I'm also working on a couple of hotel deals as we speak that, they are moving forward. They're going to try to have to value engineer some of the cost components of their projects, which we appreciate. But at the end of the day, we need an open book partner. I think that's going to tell us, here's what the land value is, here's what it's going to cost, here's what my return is. This should be an open book deal at the end of the day.
Thank you.
Yes, Myra, please go ahead.
Could you talk about labor? That is important too.
Sure. I
Labor
think that,
to build.
Sure. As part of those construction costs, there's lots of projects that have union labor or prevailing wage, I should say, that are utilized. At the end of the day, the developer who is going to come forward and that we're going to negotiate with and that we're going to work with has to understand market conditions. If we're in a market where labor and prevailing wage is essential based on the trades, they're going to have to underwrite it that way. If they come back and say, here's the feasibility analysis that we've come up with, and it results in this kind of residual land value, which effectively is going to tell us what our land is worth, it'll all go into that pro forma. And their understanding of the utilization of labor is something that we're gonna get from them, and or we're gonna tell them, hey, this should be a consideration of yours when it comes to construction. So I think it's an area that we have to really be very sensitive to in what we put into our RFQP package. At the end of the day, it's going to be about financial feasibility.
And do you consider the hotel use the highest and best use from the city of Pacifica's perspective?
Is the question, is it the highest and best use for that site?
From the city of Pacifica's perspective?
Yeah, the short answer is yes. And there's at least a couple reasons based on its location and obviously its proximity to the coast and its coastal serving use for that matter. But furthermore, from a financial perspective, if we think about tax revenue generation that comes from TOT, transient occupancy tax, and the ancillary retail and the property tax, those are the things that are maximized from a general fund benefit for the city that will come out of a hotel. And they'll come out of those revenues will come out at a greater and more sustainable rate than other asset classes.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Bowles.
I appreciate your guidance on not being too prescriptive, and I agree. I don't think we need a conference center here. That needs to be a much bigger site and project. I still think it would be great to have some kind of community space that we can ask for, whether it's a meeting room or a lounge kind of space. Maybe we leave it up to them, but to ask for some kind of benefit, I think would, I mean, so I'm seeing some agreement.
That wasn't clear?
Okay, well, I just want to make sure there's three of us that say that, right, that we want that.
I think my challenge is figuring out how prescriptive we want to be on that. I think there's probably a way that company can put language into the RFQ that makes sure the developers that are responding to it understand this is an active bit of coastline. From in one of your bullet points, you referred to a recreation use or something like that. It was on about your second slide or so, which is, if you spend 10 minutes here, you'll know that, right? Between the use of the pier, the people walking up and down, all the way down to the berm, the Maury Point, the golf course, it's a very active area. And so trigger words like pedestrian friendly, bicycle, multimodal transportation, that give that indicator of the need for public amenities and access for the public. I've often stated about this space, this is the middle of people's neighborhood, right? It truly is. Right across the street behind me is a building where people live, right? And that is going to be adjacent to this site. They know that. They can see that looking at the plan. But I think what I'm looking for is a way that we impart to them, we know that too, and that we're looking for something unique, something really special, and that would fit with this neighborhood and fit with the active uses of our space in Pacifica. That's kind of what I'm hoping for. That's the kind of language I want to see to attract developers who get that picture, who get Pacifica.
It's beautifully said. Thank you.
I just want to say we really appreciate those comments in this direction. I'm in the middle of a project where the hotel flag, the developer and flag said to us, we want our lobby, if you will, to be the city's living room. And I came to very much appreciate that because we've talked about living rooms for a while where it's a space that ends up being really the community's space, if you will. Yeah. So I think comments like what you just made and what you've all made, want to get imparted within our messaging into the RFQ.
Well, and hopefully it helps their performa too with food and beverage, bringing the community in to help support the hotel beyond the guests from outside. And just to add to that, there was discussion about a restaurant, and I think the Sharp Park specific plan gave an option that it could be on the ground floor or the second floor. I really think it needs to be on the second or even higher if they want to make it higher, because the views just expand even further, and we don't have enough of those types of spaces here. And those tend to be higher end restaurants that also bring in more revenue then, as opposed to down at the street level. That's more of a cafe, right? A little less formal, and you're looking at people and cars more than the expanse of our beautiful location.
Yeah.
A sunset special featuring whale TV.
Yeah.
Whale TV. And Councilmember Espinoza.
It's just a remark. I guess the sewer pump won't be an issue. I mean, it will be good if we didn't have it, but we have it there. So we have residential living nearby, so I assume that's not a big issue for the sale.
When the city has taken care of some of the smell issues over the last few years,
okay.
right, that were an issue.
Well, the question is, do you see any disadvantage of having the pump there? Do you think somebody will be discouraged to purchase because of that?
Right. It's a good question. Obviously, in a perfect world, it wouldn't be there. I think that the development business in general tends to be adaptive. And I think for a site like this, with its location along Beach Boulevard, ocean views, et cetera, I think there's ways to mitigate, that side of the property, if you will, where there is a pump. And if the odors are managed and mitigated, again, I think we have to explain these types of things so that the development world comes into this thing with their eyes wide open.
Yeah. Thank you.
I know there was some discussion about, oh, sorry, I just barged right in.
I'm glad you did. I was about to call on you.
I know there's been some discussion about an ad hoc. And when I first read that, I was like, another ad hoc? I feel like we've had a lot of ad hocs, and maybe we were a little burnt out on ad hocs, but I hear some energy over here from Councilmember Wright about an ad hoc, so I thought we could discuss that.
Yes, let's discuss. So for purposes of Brown Act and legal purposes, if you could please, Assistant City Attorney, describe, I know there was a specific slide that had some bullet points on what the ad hoc would be responsible for, but in general, if you could, for the public and for the record, explain how does an ad hoc work in the context of something like this, vis-a-vis the whole council?
Yes, thank you very much. Ad hoc committees are formed for a specific purpose and for a specific duration, and ad hoc committees are not subject to the Brown Act. So in this case, if an ad hoc committee was formed, that ad hoc committee could meet with city staff, Cosmont, as we are moving forward with the project.
And it would be a committee of two?
Correct. Thank you for clarifying. Yes, of less than a quorum, yes.
Got it. Okay.
Could we include the chair of the planning commission?
I don't believe so. I will confirm that, but I believe once you start including members from different committees or groups, different officials, that then that could create a Brown Act issue, but I will confirm that.
Thank you.
Christine?
I just, if it's your pleasure to have an ad hoc, I'd be willing to serve on that too. As an architect, I worked designing hotels and remodels to hotels. I mean, I know how to review plans well, and would be happy to help guide the city in our decision.
Is that a motion?
I know, right? I'm like
I
making
thought it
eyes
was a
over
great
here.
idea. Actually, in my mind, I was like, okay, this too can do it.
Yeah. Well, I will make a motion to form an ad hoc subcommittee of the council to work on this project, and I would propose that the persons involved be mayor, vice mayors, and potential very likely future mayor Christine Bowles, and council member Greg Wright.
I'll second that one.
Do we need a vote? Yes? Since we have a motion and a second, please vote.
I was going to, before you vote on
Before we vote.
on that, can we just, in terms of confirming the scope for the ad hoc, so the recommendation, the different scope in the report is participating in prospective developer interviews from the RFQ, discussion of RFP results and term sheets, and then preferred developer recommendation to the full council.
I'm okay with all of those. I was going to ask if it might be appropriate, since the RFQ talks about community vision, if the ad hoc might have a peek at the RFQ before it's sent out to you, if you think that's appropriate at all.
Greg?
I would like to stick to what's on the paper, because I think a lot of thought went into that.
I just wanted to hear from Ken. I mean, I'm happy if it's not. I just wanted to ask the question.
You're asking Ken?
Yeah,
You're asking Ken? Okay.
yeah.
Sorry, was that a question for me?
Yes. Yes, Ken.
Do you see any value in having the ad hoc committee review the RFQ? Not necessarily everything, but like the part where you're talking about community vision.
Are you asking about the RFQ package and the write-up for the community vision
Yes.
portion? I mean, I think if that portion of the RFQ is something you want to look at, if the ad hoc committee wants to look at, I think that'd be fine.
I'm not adverse to it.
It's up to you. And again, it's not going into all the details. They're the professionals on that. I'm not questioning that at all. But
Okay, so staff, can you help formulate another bullet point? And City Clerk Coffey, can you bring that slide up that had
Things we're supposed to talk about.
the 3 bullets? I think it had 3 bullets on the ad hoc. It was near the end of the presentation.
It's page 312, if anybody.
Oh, thank you, Councilmember Wright. You're such a help. Too many papers. Okay, so it would be a bullet before prospective developer interviews, right? With regard to the prospectus, or what do we call it? The RFQ P.
One idea would be that the first bullet on this list would be something like following consultant and staff drafting of the RFQ, RFP for the ad hoc to weigh in on the and Ken help me out here, which, the vision and introduction component to the RFQP.
Yeah, I think it's the city vision and community appetite, if you will, for the project. That portion of the RFQ language.
Following consultant and staff drafting, the subcommittee will provide feedback, input, what? To the what?
We'll review and input.
Oh, will review and provide input. Is that right?
Yep.
Thank you. To the what, Ken?
I would say to the city and community vision portion of the RFQ language.
Okay. RFQ language. Okay, do you have that written down, staff? Or would you like me to read it back?
Have the following consultant and staff drafting of the RFP, the ad hoc committee will review and provide input on the city vision and community appetite for the project portion of the draft language in the RFQ.
I think city and community vision portion.
Yeah. I said appetite because I was hungry. Let's not put that in there.
Kept you through your dinner time, so sorry about that, Ken.
No, it's okay. It's okay. I think city and community vision, I think is good.
Okay.
And from a process perspective, are you accepting that as a friendly amendment?
In my motion? Yeah, that's why I wrote it down.
Okay.
That's why I asked staff if they got it, because I wasn't sure I wrote it exactly correctly. So, we have a motion and a second with that friendly amendment to my own motion. Please vote.
And I had the motion made by Mayor Beckmeyer and seconded by Councilmember Espinosa to form the ad hoc subcommittee as stated. The vote passes 5-0 with the ad hoc subcommittee consisting of Vice Mayor Bowles and Councilmember Wright.
And is there other feedback?
Ken and city manager and assistant city manager, is there other feedback and specific direction that you need from council at this moment regarding next steps?
I'll go first. I am comfortable with the council's discussion and review of the, in agreement with essentially the terms that were put in here and the additional action about the ad hoc, and I'll ask Ms. Carter to weigh in, as well as Ken, if we have full direction.
Well, I think the direction is pretty clear, and we got green light to continue working on this project, and excited to work with the subcommittee.
Wow. Did you say our direction was clear?
The night is young.
The night is young.
Let's build a hotel.
I'll defer to Ken.
Ken, anything? Do you need anything further from us?
No, I don't. We will, I really appreciate the discussion, appreciate the direction. We will go to work.
Thank you. We look forward to continued work with you and a successful project.
And go
Same.
have dinner.
Thank you.
Yes, and please go have dinner.
And happy Thanksgiving to all. Thank you so much.
Happy
Thank you.
Thanksgiving. All right, council. That takes us to our final item for the evening, except we, of course, have council communications after that. That will be item 12, continuation of discussion following the November 10th, 2025 council study session on revenue generation opportunities and Pacifica's financial sustainability challenges. Do we need a little break before we go?
I do.
We need a little break. So it is 9:28. Let's come back at 9:35.
Recordings. In progress.
All right. Is it Assistant City Manager Carter that's going to lead off, or?
I'll introduce the item, and then Ms. Carter will take over from there.
Great.
Thank you, Mayor Beckmeyer. This is the continuation of the discussion from the November 10th council meeting regarding Pacifica's financial sustainability challenges and revenue generation opportunities. We have a brief presentation to recap what we covered on November 10th, and we did get direction from council related to further feasibility research on voter-approved revenue measures. What we didn't get to was, the general discussion about revenue generation opportunities. And with that brief introduction, I'll turn it over to Ms. Carter, and she can also introduce the other team members that are here.
Great. Julia Carter again, Assistant City Manager, and I have Marisol Gomez, Administrative Services Director here, and Brian Mora, our consultant from RGS. So let's jump to the agenda. What we are going to talk about, a recap of fiscal sustainability study session from the last meeting and the council direction that the council provided on November 10th. There were a few questions that came up during the discussion, specifically debt service capacity overview, so we have some slides to cover that. We'll recap again the revenue opportunities that you have before you and touch base on the next steps, I'm sorry. So here's what we've discussed last time. Again, the complexity and different layers of our fiscal challenges. The issues that we are facing are complex and multidimensional, and because of that, so you can see on the left side, you can see that this is kind of the size of the operational and other deficits, so represented in blocks. The first block is operating deficit that is projected to be 3.1 million for the upcoming year and goes as high as 6.6 million. And again, just representing that the revenues do not keep up with our cost of maintaining services. And you can see in the middle chart below the gap between the red and green light that essentially representing this gap for the upcoming 10 years. So you can see this, the challenge here is structural, so it's not just year specific. The next category, or the middle block, is the fact that we still have low staffing incomes compared to some other cities. We've talked about it a little bit in depth last time. So some of the compensation for city classifications remain between 10 and 20% below market, obviously limiting our capacity to retain and to hire and retain talent, and create some of the structural challenges as well. And on top of all of this, we're looking at 370 million in unfunded capital needs. Again, we talked a little bit about those needs and the project associated with that. And in addition to that, coastal conditions accelerate deterioration of our capital assets. And it's important to realize that each year of delay on those projects add another 8 to 10% to the cost of completing them. So again, fiscal challenges are not one-dimensional. They are very complex and structural. And any structural problem requires structural and complex solution to them. So we also discussed the solutions that are in nature comprehensive, strategic, and multi-layered as well. And those solutions are revenue measures to cover operating deficit, longer-term housing and economic development opportunities, to cover additional kind of hidden blue block here, and the potential for the infrastructure measure and different solutions here as well, from certificates of participations, direct capital loans, and we talked about geo bonds as well to address capital needs. Again, when we talk about fiscal sustainability framework, it's important to realize that it is a multi-layer framework, which means it cannot be solved by one specific actions. So here on the slide, we have different building blocks or pieces of the puzzle for this long-term fiscal health of the organization. And I have a few slides to go over each one of these blocks, but just very briefly. So those blocks are revenue strategies. We need to look into strengthening and diversifying our ongoing revenue streams. The next one is organizational investments. Again, it's really critical to maintain competitive staffing and increase capacity of the city. The green puzzle is economic development. And again, investing in economic development, that's another strategy that would increase the city's financial and fiscal sustainability. Housing development, again, we've discussed at the last study session. We need to look at treating housing as economic driver, not just a compliance task when we talk about RENA numbers. And finally, community partnerships, how to leverage grants, our partnerships with different organizations and CFDs and EFTs, we've discussed those as well. So I'll go very briefly about each one of these strategies. Again, the revenue strategy block is the first one, how to strengthen revenues. This slide actually highlights the core work that's already on the way. And most of these are not really new revenues. It's more like foundational best practices that we're already doing or should be doing and need to be more disciplined and doing it consistently. So the cost recovery is essential here. Again, the first item here, you can see update of cost allocation plan and user fees. The municipal best practice tells us to review cost allocation plan every 5-7 years. The city's last cost allocation plan was reviewed, I believe, in 2012-13, and that was based on 2011 budget. So we are quite out of date on this one, and typically what happens when there is a delay of this nature, so the most likely the city services are heavily subsidized, and this cost allocation plan needs to be reviewed. But again, good news, this work is in progress right now, and will be coming to council in the upcoming month. The modernization of the development impact fees, so that's another scope of the same project, just to make sure that we align fees with the infrastructure impacts, growth factors, and current construction cost, to make sure that the new development pays its fair share for roads, parks, infrastructure. The other strategy, conducting compliance and revenue audits. Again, it's a routine thing. We've been doing it, since at least, I got to the city 4 years ago, so business license tax, TOT, utility user tax, and cannabis audits, so we do them periodically and to make sure compliance. Maximizing grant opportunities. Again, we are working with Townsend to make sure we identify and actively pursue federal, state, and regional grants for capital projects, climate adaptation, emergency preparedness, and various community programs. And we also talked last time about options that we have on the table for consideration of new revenue measures. The council actually gave us direction to explore for the parcel tax and infrastructure measure. But we also discussed business license tax, transit occupancy taxes, and utility user taxes as well. So the second piece of the puzzle is organizational investment. And again, I'll try to be brief here. We talked a little bit more about this the last study session. It's on this topic. Again, it's important to highlight that the city cannot deliver high-quality services without a stable and well-supported workforce. And I know it sounds obvious, but, well, unfortunately, the city's reality is that our staff's compensation is below market. Again, we've done some studies to support it. The council has made significant progress to improve this reality over the last 2 rounds of labor negotiations, but this kind of disparity still remains with some of our comparable agencies. And as a result of it, we are experiencing higher turnover than some of the other cities. Again, turnover is high around the peninsula in general, so we are not unique here, but our numbers are a little bit higher than typical. And again, as a result of it, this over time is kind of snowball effect here, service delays and some, well, operational strains of training new staff and getting projects done in between. It's really critical to invest in workforce capacity and fill key vacancies to eliminate some of the backlogs and improve continuity of operations. And as a result of it, again, the recruitments are really challenging. So we do need to, as we hire new staff, we need to invest and proactively think about ongoing professional development and training. So that's becoming, again, probably more critical than maybe for some of our neighbor cities, because we often kind of hire for aptitude and ability to grow into the position. Another strategy in this area is strengthening organizational resilience, again, through smart investments in technology. Over the last few years, we updated our financial system. We just went live with the human resources management system. The other areas on very highly desired list is permitting software, project management, and all the other technology systems. So it's really important to invest in digital tools to increase efficiency and build long-term capacity across departments. Again, that's another piece that is really important. So we work in collaboration. We are small cities that each department is struggling with the same stuff and challenges and organizational challenges. Next piece or block is economic development. On this end, economic vitality comes from strengthening Pacifica's commercial areas and investing in key opportunity sites. Again, we've just discussed one of them. So Beach Boulevard is definitely by far one of the key economic development opportunities that wouldn't find or provide the solution for long-term financial sustainability. But you can see the slide or the table on the left. That's the updated revenues from the study session, the economic opportunities study that we've done almost 2 years ago now. So 3.3, almost 3.4, if you round up, million in sustainable kind of renewable revenues here. So potential opportunity sites for the development of those sites. And on economic development front, again, we need to continue revitalizing commercial corridors. We need to invest in smart branding, placemaking, and business attraction. And again, it's part of our core initiatives on the economic development program, finding ways to do even small improvements like streetscapes and signage, wayfinding and landscape, and more structural projects like branding, placemaking, and targeted business attractions. So this is on our economic development plan, and advancing it is a really, really important piece in this equation. Just as well as supporting small businesses, and we are providing technical assistance to businesses expanding this would be really critical to make sure that we are providing assistance in the areas where the need is critical, like navigating permitting process, how to secure financing capital and or marketing skills and things like that. And working again together between departments or between economic development and community development on streamlining development process to really build on this, or develop reputation as a city that is business friendly. So that's another big important piece to this equation. Then next piece, again, the housing development. We talked about it quite a bit. We spent a lot of, well, we provided some research that we did for thriving communities around the peninsula that invested in some of these initiatives, so all of them together, finding the right opportunities for them. And housing development was one piece of this equation. Again, treating housing not just like a state mandate, but as a direct fiscal economic driver is a critical approach here. Housing generates stable and predictable revenues. Each new home adds one-time revenues like development impact fees, building permits, utility hookup fees, and also provide recurring revenues like property tax, utility user tax, sales tax for additional spending, and this is not negligible. So housing also expands the customer base for local businesses. Again, the equation here is pretty simple. More residents means more activity to support local restaurants, services, and retail. Strengthening commercial areas. Again, there are a lot of studies done about increased walkability, economic activity, tied to mixed-use and infill housing development near commercial shopping centers and commercial corridors. So the housing also supports local workforce, again, helping retain residents in the community. And one of the kind of new development over the, well, since COVID, I guess, housing generates a home-based economy on its own. And this is a really important and new shift in the economy because with more residents working, shopping, and accessing services online from our homes, our homes actually become hubs for local economic activity, supporting local businesses and deliveries and increasing overall spending from homes. Again, I mentioned at the last study session, we provided few statistical information, like how some cities achieved the financial sustainability and got to this thriving community kind of life or quality of life. And the council wanted to see how those numbers change or if they don't change in the coastal cities. So we did a little bit additional research here and listed here, and you can see on the right some of the coastal cities, and looked again at the same time frame over 15 years, how the security assessed value changed over time. And council was right, so the growth is substantially slower at the coastal cities, but then well, you can see that the numbers actually tell the same story, that Pacifica's growth is still below even the coastal cities. So the trend is the same. Yeah, you don't see the same increase like 192 and 167 as we showed you last time for Burlingame and San Carlos and Menlo Park, but you can see that Manhattan Beach is still showing 123% versus 95% increase in Pacifica. And the last but not least piece of a puzzle is community partnerships. Again, partnerships expand fiscal capacity beyond the general fund, and this is also very, very important building block for long-term fiscal sustainability. And when we talk about partnerships, we mean leveraging grants for infrastructure, climate resiliency, parks and facilities, maximizing opportunities to stretch local dollars by doing matches and matching local match grant opportunities. Partnering with other organizations like Caltrains, San Mateo County agencies, regional organizations, and co-sponsoring various projects, programs, and events. And another financing tool that is becoming extremely popular over the last few years as community facility districts and enhanced infrastructure finance districts, CFDs and EIFDs, to help offset the infrastructure and city cost of services for new development. And over the next few slides, we actually promise to provide some information on those. So I want to turn it to Brian to go over the next few slides, and I can click the slides for you.
All right, the next slide is a discussion about community facilities districts, also known as CFDs. These would be special taxes that are specific to a designated area. And as the slide suggests, the funds can be used for infrastructure costs. In some cases, they also offset developer impact fees and city operating and maintenance costs. They can be used either to fund bonds, if you're using the revenue flow to finance against, but you can also use it as a pay-as-you-go funding mechanism. The interesting thing here is because this is new revenue, it does not affect your general fund, and you'll see in a minute when we talk about the other tool that one does affect your general fund. And the significant thing to look at in this particular financing tool is this is typically used in residential developments of 50 units and above. So you wouldn't use this on any residential development, but if it's a designated area or size that makes sense, you can do that. Some of the challenges are it is a parcel tax, so it requires a 2/3 vote, either of the property owner if it's undeveloped or the residents if it is developed. It creates a new tax and expense, so it is in addition to other taxes. And as far as the impact on the developer, basically they have to start paying the tax once it's imposed, so there's a bit of a trade-off there. We can go to the next slide. And this is an example of a facility district. This is in the city of Banning, and what they have done is they have a master planned area that came into the community as part of an annexation, and they have staged it in a series of phases. And what they've done most recently in what's the 5th and 6th phase of this particular planned community is they're issuing $25 million worth of CFD funding. And because it's a rather large development, the more units you have, obviously, the more money you can raise. They're using it for a whole host of things to enhance this new community in terms of building parks and community center, elementary school sites, et cetera. Obviously, if you had a CFD in a somewhat smaller development, you couldn't do all of those things. But the other thing that's interesting in the Atwell example, and we're seeing this more and more around the state with CFDs, is the city has now also opted into the CFD in terms of asking for money for paying for ongoing services and for maintenance. And so that would include both the maintenance of the infrastructure that's being installed to facilitate this housing in terms of streets and traffic signals and that sort of thing, but also in terms of operating costs for things such as police protection and fire services, public works, paramedic, et cetera. It doesn't cover all of your general fund services, but it can cover several of them. And in terms of trends, that's the one difference we're seeing in CFDs today, is instead of just focusing on helping to build infrastructure and helping to cover developer impact fees, that third piece, the piece that goes to help offset city general fund costs is now becoming much more common than it used to be. Next slide. Now, the other tool that's talked about a lot is what's called an Enhanced Infrastructure Finance District, or an EIFD. This is a tax increment district, and I think one of the key pieces of it, and it's in the title of the financing tool, is it's for infrastructure financing and for facilities. It's not for operating costs, but it's for infrastructure. And this is something that can be approved by the city council, so you don't need voter approval. So it's a little different than the other tool. It doesn't impose new taxes, but rather it reallocates the taxes that the city would otherwise receive. It can be leveraged to issue bonds. However, because of the way it works, it takes several years for you to build up enough revenue in this district to be able to issue bonds. And one of the other features of this particular tool is that you can issue bonds without requiring voter approval. As I note in the cons, obviously it takes 5 to 10 years to build up enough revenue in a tax increment district to issue bonds. And that's one of the reasons, by the way, that in some cases these two financing mechanisms are used together. That is, in some cases, a city will define an area and make it both a facility district and a tax increment district, so that in the first 5 to 10 years, the money that's coming in is coming from the facility district. And then once you get to the 5th or 10th year, then suddenly where the money's coming from is shifted. Because of the way it's designed, it basically the way these work is you put properties into a tax increment district, and all of the growth goes towards the EIFD, not to the general fund. And so there's a bit of a trade-off here in terms of you're not raising new revenue, you're sort of reallocating the money from the pie. And the question really becomes, do you put that money in the general fund or you put it in this tax increment district? It does require you to develop what's called an infrastructure facilities plan, or an IFP, and this is the list of potential infrastructure projects that you would fund with this money. It is most effective when you can get other taxing agencies to participate in the district. Because state law specifically precludes you from including school districts in this type of district, the major other entity that you would potentially talk with is the county in most cases. And where this sort of a tool might be particularly interesting is in areas where either the city has property that is adjacent to an unincorporated county, where they might have an interest in you having some sort of infrastructure that serves both your city and the county, or in more regional challenges that might involve transportation, might involve coastal erosion, things of that sort. And the other con in this one is that it requires typically a fairly large area for the costs to pencil out. So it would be probably even more than 50 units in this tool. Next slide. And here's an example of an EIFD, recent one from the city of Napa, and it was formed in July of 2022. It was formed without the county. What's interesting about this one, by the way, is when the city set up the facility district, as you can see on the map, actually there's 3 different areas in the city that are part of the district, but they're not contiguous, and that is one of the features of this tool. The areas don't have to be next to each other. Another interesting thing that the city of Napa did is, even though in many cities they allocate all of the growth to the new district and take it out of the general fund, in Napa's case they felt that that was probably a little bit of too much of a burden on the general fund, and so they basically, the council decided to take half the growth and keep it in the general fund and apply the other half of the growth to the tax district, which lessened the impact on the general fund. The downside of doing it that way is then that created an even longer time horizon to get to enough money to issue your bonds. As far as the infrastructure financing plan in Napa, they provided a very long list of potential projects because they wanted to give themselves maximum flexibility. And essentially, their goal is to try to leverage these funds in terms of, as this district matures, to have a couple options, whether they ultimately use this money for pay-as-you-go, sort of pay for projects as it comes in, or to issue bonds is something that they're both looking at. And again, their thought is that because some of these areas are fairly undeveloped at this point, they're hoping that this is going to help drive some transformational land use, as they call it.
So at the last study session, the council actually gave us direction to work with the community education outreach strategy and polling consultants to assess feasibility of the parcel tax with specific focus on public safety, and also explore an infrastructure funding measure with the focus on roads. We actually we already reached out to some of these consultants, and in the process of getting them under the contract. And consultant support in this work will include community education, informational outreach, public opinion research and polling, and testing support level for various revenue measures, specifically the ones you gave us direction to explore. And the goal of this process, again, to ensure that the council has a clear and data-driven feasibility information when we return back to you to present it before you decide whether to place a measure on the November 26th ballot. And over the next slides, I want to turn it to Marisol to go over the debt limit questions that the council had last time.
Thank you. So one of the follow-up pieces of information was to go over the debt limit for the city. So on this slide, we just talk about the constitutional debt limit. We have an article that we abide by for California to calculate the city's debt limit threshold. The debt cannot exceed the annual revenue without 2/3 voter approval. Right now, the government code that sets up how we calculate that, section 43605, talks about the GO debt limit being limited to 15% of gross assessed property value. Alternatively, we can utilize a percentage of full market value at 3.75%. And I also wanted to add that there are 3 main exceptions to the debt limit, and our current city's debt qualifies for the debt exceptions, which means that right now we have 0 that goes towards our legal debt limit as required. So that might be a little confusing. We do have debt. We have our lease and our pension obligation bonds, but these are qualifying debt that qualify for exceptions under the California city's rule. And on the next slide, we talk about the Pacifica's current debt capacity in terms of the GO bonds. As I mentioned, with the calculation of our assessed value, utilizing the 3.75%, we're at $319 million. So the city's legal debt limit right now is at full capacity because, again, our current debt follows under some exception rules, so it doesn't count towards the legal debt limit. For certificates of participation or lease obligation bonds, we have a $1 million. If you put $1 million towards annual debt service towards these types of funds, you can secure $12.5 million to $15.5 million. So if you want to quantify that up, a $10 million annual debt service would be $120 million there. For wastewater bonds, I know the revenue generation study focuses a lot on the general fund, the city's operating side, and not the enterprise business functions of the wastewater department. But we did provide that capacity as well. 35.5 million in capacity based on fiscal year, pledged net revenues. But we have some caveats here. We want to make it clear that the sewer rate study is currently underway. The Public Works Wastewater Department will be bringing that study to you guys next year. That will include more penciled amounts for debt capacity based on some of their updated analysis. This capacity also does not take into account the 20 million in WIFIA applications that we're currently pending some feedback on. So that's also something to take a note on. And then we have the last slide of our presentation for you, which is that matrix that was requested to put the different revenue measures into an easier format. So we have at the top part, the structure is separated by the approval methodology. So we have business license tax and utility users tax in one category because those are the majority vote ballots. In the middle section, we have the parcel tax, the geo bond, and of course the parcel tax secured bonds that would pass with the 2/3 vote. And then the bottom portion of the slide in the council approved section, we have the COPs, the direct bank loans, and as Mr. Mora mentioned, the EIFDs and the CFDs that he just went over. So we hope this matrix helps simplify things for you, but you might have some additional questions for us, but that's the last of our slides today.
Thank you very much. Council, any clarifying questions?
I just want to give you a time check. I think we passed it already, but.
We're overdue for deciding if we're going to finish this business by 11. Are we? I think we are.
I think we are.
I think we are. Do you?
No.
Okay. How about you, Myra? Well, we'll need a motion if we aren't making good progress. Will you help me?
I will.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Okay, questions or comments?
Do we take public comment on this?
We can do that because I have 2 cards.
We're taking public comment even though we.
Yes, we are.
Okay.
We have 2.
Great.
And you know what? Neither one of them spoke at the
3.
last meeting.
3.
Well, he probably did, but he was very brief, so.
All 3 of them are offering to single-handedly solve our budget problem with a check.
Okay, so Kimberly Finale, Pete Shoemaker, and Michael Wallman. Hello.
Good evening. Good evening. Nice to see you all again. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members, Kimberly Finale, Pacifica resident. During the last council meeting, a presentation was made by this consultant and the city manager comparing the city of Pacifica to 3 surrounding cities. One of those cities, San Carlos, also known as the city of good living, was used to show us what our city could strive to be like. It may have gotten past the presenters that the city of good living, San Carlos, contracts with the San Mateo County Sheriff's Office to save money and provide more consistent police services after facing unsustainable public safety cost increases and potential reductions in service levels. I want to be clear. I know that each and every one of you, like each and every one of us, loves this beautiful, safe city and the partnerships we maintain within it. But we are facing unsustainable budget deficits in the near future, not the distant future that housing may be built in. Within the next 3 fiscal years, we're looking at unimaginable shortfalls. I'm a bookkeeper. I was a single mother of 3. When I didn't have enough money to pay my bills, I needed to plan for the future and plan for tomorrow. Finding more or better paying work was always on the horizon, but in the meantime, food must be put on the table today. That means looking at cutting expenses now and at least exploring how to cut them. A smaller garbage can, cut cable, eat less meat, Yes, all of the above. By the way, it brings me no joy to point out that the exploration of lowering our costs, including taking a look at the number one line item in our budget, must be a priority if we are able to maintain a functional city government. This is not, as Councilman Wright suggests, a denigration of our police department. This is responsible bookkeeping, an exploration in a forum seeking community input on how to remain a viable entity in the near term while simultaneously reaching for our long-term goals. It is our civic responsibility to find financial stability in the short term as well as long term. It might interest you to know that my primary female role model as a child was a cop. My grandmother was a Los Angeles County Sheriff's deputy. She used to take me to work with her, and I loved it. Her career spanned 30 years before retiring, then receiving commendations upon her death. She was my idol and my best friend. I would never denigrate the police. To the contrary, I think more highly of our police and resources than to waste them on the RVs parked on Esplanade, moving to Safeway and back every 72 hours because the new ordinance doesn't go far enough to prevent free coastal living in RVs. My suggestion is only that we explore what the option of contracting with the county sheriff and 911 emergency services looks like. How much will it save us?
Thank you. Pete Shoemaker, Michael Wallman.
Hi, Pete Shoemaker of Alomar. I want to thank you all very much for facing these very difficult issues. It's about time we did so, and thank you, staff, for a really excellent report and explaining all of the options. It's a very complex problem, but I think the one thing we realize that if we want to succeed in this, we have to be unified. We have to speak with a clear voice, and the best way to do that is to get the facts straight. I think our model should be the jury system. It's one of the most functional systems in our country amidst all the political polarization. People in juries meet every day to make very difficult decisions, and their key is they have evidence. They come in there dropping their personal agendas, and they are willing to question all their assumptions, and that's the process. Prove it, prove it, prove it. So we need to come together with that mindset, and I think we're on that path to do that, because we have a lot of very strange questions here that we still haven't begun to answer. Pacifica has the highest percentage of houses in San Mateo County. If houses pay for themselves and are an economic driver, we should have the best balance sheet in the county, and we have among the worst. Why is that? How do we explain it? We are required by law to submit a balanced budget every year, but we're in huge debt. How does that work out? By and large, these things are happening to cities all across the country. And administrators and staff are acting by and large in good faith, following accepted practices, but the practices have been flawed. As you may know, there is a national organization called Strong Towns that specializes in exactly this, analyzing why cities are going broke, what's happening with housing costs, what's about infrastructure replacement, what's going wrong with the accounting systems. They're spot on to what we're doing. So in that spirit of trying to create the unity that we absolutely need if we're going to pass these tax measures and fast-track these revenue-generating developments, I'll be hosting a Strong Towns event with a Strong Towns speaker on January 24th, Saturday, in the community center, free of charge to the public. I'm covering the cost. I just got them to sign the contract last week. I'm going to get the publicity materials out next week, so look for those. But it's important that I want you to all come. I'd like to tee it up now. It's important that we have that expertise in addition to all the expertise we have here, but it's also really important that we have the experts in the room. Please, city manager, Mr. Bamora, and people like that, because when you get experts in a room and you have a question and answer period and you feel all the questions are answered, you have a high degree of confidence that you've covered all the relevant issues, and you come away with a sense feeling that, okay, I feel like I've gotten evidence beyond a reasonable doubt. And that kind of unity is what we need and what I'm hoping we'll have. So please look for my materials coming out next week, and please show up, attend. I'm going to ask people from Half Moon Bay because those cities are affected. And please show up and help me promote it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mike Wallman. Oops.
Thank you, City Council, city staff, and members of the public. Mike Wallman, resident here in Pacifica, and lives very close nearby. First of all, I'd like to say thank you for the deep dive into the number 2 site, $1.2 million, the hotel. I think that's great to hear progress on that. However, the elephant in the room is, what about Site 1, $1.3 million, the query. I believe that today there was maybe slightly more information in that it was the southern site. Don't know what that means. Love to see a map. How do we get that $1.3 million out of that site? What does that entail? Is this the same exact parcel that's being considered to be developed under the State Builders' Right Act or not? How does the State Builders' Right impact potentially that $1.3 million revenue opportunity? I know the community would love more information about the query site. And then in addition to that, I think that it is the right call to try to pass an infrastructure bond. I would advise that you don't only limit that to roads, but also to expand that to include all public safety infrastructure, specifically police, fire, communications infrastructure. That would be very helpful. I think it's an easy win. Bring the seawall into that same discussion. I think all of the community understands that these are things that are necessary. Don't only limit yourself to the roads there. Definitely don't include the library in that. That's not infrastructure. That's essential for the community. We have libraries. Not saying that there's anything wrong with libraries, just that's not going to win 2/3 of a vote. And then in addition to that, certainly the city should be looking at the Bay Area Urban Areas Security Initiative, or UASI. That is available for public use. People can apply for grants for that, for any kind of public safety infrastructure, police, fire, communications, all of this. So I think try to leverage as much of all these as you can. But please, please give us more information about the query site. You're going to just keep hearing questions about that from the public unless you're more forthcoming about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Assistant City Clerk, do we have people commenting on the phone?
No.
No hands raised. All right. We'll close public comment. Bring it back. Questions from the council?
I can start. I wanted
Go ahead.
Sorry, I had a few more questions about the community finance districts. And I guess a little disappointed not to see that on the comparison slide of all these measures. And it's probably good to bring that comparison slide up again too. But so those would need public votes, right? So can you clarify, like, who would be voting? Like, I have two ideas of areas that we could consider for these. One is like the Rockaway Valleymar area. The quarry is one of those sites. We also have Builders Remedy, two other Builders Remedy sites on the other side of the freeway. So they're all projects that would have more than 55 units. There's significant infrastructure challenges with the pump station sewage capacity that limit those projects, but also could help the city. There's road infrastructure, traffic. That's the worst part of town for traffic. Who would vote? Like if we were looking at that large an area, like would the homeowners vote, but knowing that the homeowners around those areas, but knowing that they wouldn't be impacted because they wouldn't have a 55-plus unit project?
Well, typically what happens on community facility districts is they're usually used on residential development, so you don't have to do it that way. It could be commercial. And they're typically used before buildings are built. And the reason for that is there's a 2/3 vote requirement to form one.
Right.
So there's two different scenarios. If you form a community facilities district where there's no development yet, and then as the vice mayor has mentioned, there's a couple potential projects that could come forward in the city that haven't been developed yet. In that instance, the 2/3 vote is basically the property owner. You need one person to vote and then you're in. And typically the way it works is that oftentimes the person who comes forward to create the district actually is the developer. It's not the city. It's only been within the last 2 years that we've seen that whole thing flip, where suddenly the city's coming forward saying, we want the money for the general fund and for the infrastructure maintenance. And the way you incent the developer to participate is if you offer to have them or cover some of their infrastructure costs or some of their developer impact fee, then there's something in it for them, so to speak. But the other thing that happens, and I think, again, it's something, you know, the Vice Mayor alluded to here, is that one of the challenges, and I think you heard a little bit of that when we were talking earlier about the hotel development from the Cosmont folks, is that because the cost of money is high, interest rates are high, in some cases cities are entitling projects and then they don't get built. And so one of the things that I've seen in the last year or two is that in some cases the way cities are getting developers to build housing, to basically unlock those entitled projects, is to offer them a community facility district to say, you know, under normal circumstances, you'd be on the hook for the developer impact fees and the infrastructure costs. But since we, the city, want to get some of our general fund costs covered, and we want to have some money for maintaining the infrastructure that's put in, we will work with you and help offset either some of all of your costs in those two areas. And that's the reason that this particular financing tool is being used a lot more. I know one of the things I shared with the Assistant City Manager, Ms. Carter, recently was one of the other hats I wear is I chair the statewide community development authority, the CSCDA, and we do a lot of work in CFDs, and normally that group meets twice a month, and in the last 2 months we've met every week, and that's because cities all over the state are creating these CFDs with developers to unlock and help build more housing in the state. And so we've been scrambling to keep up with the demand. So it's an interesting time, but the other thing that's happening that's also driving all of that is that cities and also counties are basically, I don't know if requiring or insisting or what term you'd use, but they're asking for that third piece of the puzzle. So 2 years ago, most of the CFDs we saw were for the infrastructure and developer impact fees only. There wasn't any money happening for the cities and counties. That has changed in the last year or two. Now, almost all of the CFDs we see at the statewide agency all have that third piece in it. So it's an interesting thing to consider. Now, shifting to the other part of the Vice Mayor's question, if you were to create a facility district, or for that matter, some other form of assessment district to improve, you know, storm drainage, streets, whatever, then you would require a 2/3 vote of the voters because it's occupied land. And that's not to say that's impossible, but that's obviously more difficult. And that's the reason that you don't tend to see CFDs in occupied property. Usually what happens is early on, either the developer approaches the city, or in some cases the city approaches the developer and says, you know, let's set one of these up before you proceed with your development, and then the city will have money to pay for some of its general fund costs and its infrastructure maintenance, and the developer will have some money to pay for the initial infrastructure and for the impact fees. Also what happens too, and part of the reason I use that Atwell example, is in that case because you had a rather large district, by putting in a lot of units into it, they were able to do a lot more with that CFD funding. They were able to throw in parks and some school sites, and you know, it was a very, very large, you know, 6-phase project. I doubt there's anything of that magnitude in Pacifica, but it does show you that there's a lot of possibilities when you use some of these tools.
Yeah, and we need more playing fields and other things too, right, with these large developments. So how long does it take to set something like this up? If, I mean, is it possible to put something on the ballot for next year?
Well, again, if you were working with undeveloped property, it wouldn't go on the ballot. It would simply be well, I shouldn't say that. There's a ballot technically, but the reality is the ballot is with one person, with,
I see,
with the developer or the property owner.
So it doesn't have to be on a voting schedule of
Correct.
November, okay.
That's correct, that's correct. And really the city has two choices in setting one of these up. You can set one up, the city itself, all by itself, and there's a process that you go through in terms of assembling a team of, you know, legal experts and financing experts and that sort of thing. And as part of this report, actually, Ms. Carter and I have had this discussion about the different ways one might set this up, just in the interest of teeing this thing up. The other scenario is you could also work with the statewide group that I work with, the CSCDA, and in that case, what they do is they work with smaller cities and smaller developments, like the 50 to 90 unit developments, and they basically pool them together so that you're sharing the cost of setting one of these up across multiple cities. And what they do is 2 or 3 times a year, they'll set up one of these CFD pools, as they call them, or they also have assessment district pools. And there you basically have to do a little planning because you have to look at the timeline and getting in on one of the pools. But it's certainly the case that if you're aware of potential developments in your community that are 50 units or more, you could sit down with the developer and say, you know, we have some interest, do you have some interest, and maybe put something together. And it also could be the case that if the developer is already planning to spend some of their money on infrastructure and on development impact fees by creating one of these taxing districts, you in effect could sort of leverage their money, if you want to put it that way, and suddenly there's more money to put towards infrastructure or amenities or whatever, because you're using both their money and the taxing district money. The one downside in all of this too is, again, as you kick around the different options here, is that because you're creating a new tax, in some cases, some cities feel, well, this is making some of the housing a little less affordable than if we weren't adding this new tax onto the cost of the housing. And that's one of the reasons that sometimes you create the infrastructure district. But there, as we talked about earlier, the trade-off is you're reallocating general fund money.
Right.
And if you're in a city such as this one where you have a general fund problem, that may not be real attractive for you. So that's why, you know, usually these two tools are highlighted together, and then cities have to look at the pros and cons of each to decide which works and which doesn't. If you're a city where your general fund is rather strong and you have a surplus, the EIFD looks pretty attractive because you're not raising any taxes. On the other hand, if your general fund is constrained and you're looking for ways to help pay for police and fire and infrastructure maintenance, suddenly the CFD, even though it's a new tax, is more attractive.
And then just one more question. So developers might like this, so it might be a good negotiation and actually helping us build the projects that we want, as you say. But the tax continues, I mean, after the buildings are built?
That's correct. So essentially what happens is when you form one of these districts, as I mentioned in the slide, the developer is on the hook for the first year or two or until such time as they develop it. So they have to start paying the tax. But what's in it for them, of course, is it provides money for them to offset some of their costs of infrastructure and developer impact fees. And then this tax gets passed on to the person who buys the housing unit, if it's, say, a single-family home, and then it typically lasts 10 or 15 years or something like that. And so they are paying an additional tax on that property on top of their property tax. So that's one of the reasons that if you were in the market for a home, you might try to avoid units that have this tax versus ones that don't. But again, it's all in the realm of the trade-offs here in terms of what benefits the different players. But in terms of encouraging a developer to vote to create the district before the homes are built, yeah, if there's something in it for them, which would be some money for infrastructure, some money for impact fees or whatever, then they're going to be interested typically. And again, it's been interesting to watch that, you know, up until 2 years ago, all of these things were created by developers, and now suddenly it's flipped the other way, where we've got cities and counties saying, we're going to create it, and we're going to sit down with the developer and say, can we cut a deal with you? It's, you know.
Yeah, it's a win-win, right, it sounds like.
Well, that's right. I mean, in the example I was talking about earlier with the state agency we're looking at with pools, there's one county we're looking at, and they're looking at unincorporated areas, and they basically have said, we're going to set up a CFD for all of them. And we're going to make the developer, or try to make the developer, come in with us so we get that money. And I thought, well, again, the tables are now turned.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And the 10 to 15-year period, is that part of the negotiation of how long that?
Yeah, I mean, basically that's the sort of thing that the finance team that works with you and the city staff and the developer are going to analyze. In other words, what are you financing? And how much money do you need, and then how many years is it going to take to generate that? But 10 to 15 years is typical for one of these taxing districts, yeah.
Okay, Thank you so much.
I have a question, because Christine, those measure, the CFDs, they do appear on this chart at the bottom.
It's okay, thank you.
In the yellow area. So all the items in the lowest table on this slide that we're looking at are items that do not require a vote, correct? COPs?
Well, the EIFD does not require a vote, but the CFD does. Yeah, two-thirds. Right. And again, the difference is who is the two-thirds of? Is it two-thirds of the voters if it's occupied land, or is it two-thirds of the property owners, which in some cases is only one person, if it's not developed?
Okay. And then I had a question on the document that we received that gave us debt capacity limits. I need a little guidance because I understand what I'm reading, but I don't know how it stacks up to where we are, the city of Pacifica. So, for example, at the top of the second page, it says for fiscal year 2025-26, the city total assessed valuation is $9,522,138,879. Applying the 3.75% debt limit, which is the state limit, right?
That's correct.
The legal debt limit is $319.6 million. So what is our debt limit presently?
So that is the current debt limit. So the 25-26 number for the assessed valuation is what we have from HCL. They help us do our property tax assessment, and we provided that in our budget. That's some supplemental information we put in the budget book. So that is the current debt limit. And again, going back to yes, we have debt, but our current debt falls under the exception rules of the state, so the pension obligation bonds and our direct loan and our leasing certificate of participation, lease debt. They don't fall under the debt structure limit. So we do have debt service that we have to budget for every year, right? So we have to take that payment into account, but the legal debt limit is that $319 million.
Mayor Beckmeyer, if I understand what you're asking, it's that our legal debt limit is the $319 million, and we're not even close to that at all in our debt capacity. And the debt that we do have doesn't even, whatever that debt is, we could add that up. It doesn't count towards that legal debt limit.
I get it.
So we could go into debt if, well, obviously we can't afford it, but theoretically you could go into it up to $319 million.
Yeah, and that total number right now
I'm sure that thrills you to no end. No big deal. Okay, so then looking at general fund lease obligations, is that COPs?
That's correct.
Okay. And we have presently a COP on the police station. Do we not?
We have the 2016 COP, and that one is what is this one for? The police station, yeah, that's correct.
Okay. So the little table at the bottom of page 1 is what we currently have. Is that correct?
That's correct, yeah, and that table explains the exceptions and how they apply to the debt limit.
The public doesn't know what we're looking at, correct?
I think they don't, because I just got it.
Yeah.
Is this document posted? Oh, it's on the back table. Okay. Thank you.
In case you were wondering.
If you would like to read it.
Talking about the police station reminds me of a comment we got from someone at our last meeting that there might be a balloon payment at some point. Is that true? They were saying that wasn't accounted for in our projected years of finances and debt.
I was wondering if that's what, thank you for mentioning that, because I thought about that too. And I was wondering if that is why we have that one dip in fiscal 2032, where the green revenue line is like dips down.
That represents when Measure Y sunsets. That's why the revenue number goes down.
Measure Y.
And we do have a long-term debt payment schedule also in the budget book that has the full, we break out the next 5 years in principal and interest, but then we have the out years as well. So you see the full amount, and the balloon payment is in that schedule.
Okay.
And what year is that?
I don't have that.
Because I think that was
exactly
the
in front of me.
comment, that the schedule didn't go out that far. So I just want to.
Right, so the last column says all other years, so it
all other
encompasses that
years.
payment, yeah.
Okay. Okay, well, we can get more information on that later. It's not relevant to today.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Well, the revenue bonds through the wastewater system that are in this document, I think that is kind of, because it's purpose specific, unless, well, I guess if we're increasing sewer capacity or something, that would be something we'd be looking at.
That's correct, and we wanted to provide a little bit of information, again, with the understanding that the sewer rate study is going out, and they're going to be reassessing that financing that they'll need for their upcoming projects and how that works with the sewer rate increase. So this is really just basic assumptions on the wastewater side, just to provide you guys with some context on where we are right now.
Okay. Other questions?
And I just want to add on the wastewater bonds. So this number that you see in front of you does not include 20 million VFE application that we currently have pending.
Yes.
So if we accept it, and if it materializes, then the numbers again will change.
I understand. Thank you for that, for reminding me. Okay. Other questions, council members?
I have a quick one.
Greg, please.
Kevin, as a rule of thumb, with this big giant $371 million capital improvement thing, what percentage of that should we expect to be able to pay for with grants?
With what?
Grants.
Grants.
County, state, federal money.
Yeah, I don't know that there's a rule of thumb answer.
Is it
to that.
30%, 50%?
No,
10%?
It's as much as you can get grants for, really. I mean, if we could, if the BRIC program was still alive and we could get $50 million towards the Bebert project, or more, it's as much as you can get grants for. I don't know that there's a rule of thumb, and that's going to vary a lot in a community. Take over in Redwood City, they're working on a significant interchange program with Caltrans, and $100 million grant there that might be at risk. I don't know the facts on that, but it varies a lot on the level of projects and the agencies involved.
Do you understand how that answer, though, gives us some trouble? Because we're trying to project into the future to try to budget and figure out how can we address some of these financial challenges, and without understanding having any idea of how much of that $371 million we can get in terms of grants, it makes it really hard to make any kind of decision on how do we address a $371 million hole.
Yeah, I would say, the prudent answer is in your financing strategy is you don't want to rely on getting any grant money.
Mm-hmm.
You want to plan for being able to fund it all, and then grant money that you can get is gravy on top to help out. But, you know, we do get grants. Pacifica brings in a significant amount of grant funding. It was more than 3.5 or 4 million this last fiscal year, and so we do get
So
a
almost
significant amount of grant.
1% of a $371 million hole.
Yeah.
So in 100 years, we'll fix it.
Well, I mean, you know, grants are, you don't know if you're going to get them. You don't know if you
I
have the
understand, but
capacity to oversee them.
You have a historical average of about what you're getting to
Yeah.
address some of your challenges. And that's the ballpark number I'm trying to get at. The operating deficit is $6 million. When we were talking about some of the tax measures, it seemed like that was kind of what we were targeting.
Mhm.
And so then that leaves this nice blue brick in the middle of $8.8 million. And I haven't heard how we're strategizing about addressing understaffed, underpaid fiscal challenges. And, I mean, obviously, building arena numbers is part of it. Perhaps building more hotels, perhaps another kind of tax measure. Sitting here today, I don't feel like we've really addressed all these numbers at all. I feel like we've addressed the top yellow brick, that's it.
Yeah.
And we haven't come to a consensus about that, which I
No.
think is what they're asking us for tonight.
Right.
Yeah.
So,
And that's why I don't think that we will finish by 11 o'clock.
Okay, thanks, Greg.
Well, it is 10 minutes till, so.
10 till, right, we need to make a decision then.
I'm also looking to staff for some guidance on what they think some practical ideas or directions to head on for the $8.8 million.
oh, on top of the six, because,
Yeah.
Sarah, can you put the slide up that has the chart, I think? Is that what we should be looking at? Thank you
That
so
one?
much.
I mean, to frame the council's discussion a bit, we received direction from council regarding feasibility evaluation of voter-approved measures. Don't necessarily need any additional direction from council. I mean, part of this study session is to lay out transparently all of the challenges that exist. And earlier in the presentation, you saw a huge list of many, many different aspects of revenue generation the city is working on. You know, our cost allocation study, development impact fee review, et cetera, the list goes on. And so.
But you're doing all that without enough staff to do it. That's the thing I don't understand, is how we can ask you to do all these analyses when we're already short-staffed and underpaid, and having people rotate out and then incurring that training cost. I get very concerned when we're underpaying people about how many times people are going to leave and how much money we lose, because you don't just lose that person, you lose all their institutional knowledge, and then somebody else has to help train them. So you actually lose a person and a half, which makes you lose even more money. And it just, we keep going through this same circle, and I'd love to see us at least put a plan together to stop doing that to ourselves.
Can I suggest that, I mean, all of these things are going to help bring some more money to the city, and maybe it'll total more than six, and, you know, we start fixing little things, and then, you know, but I think they're looking for direction on these particular things to start with, and then we'll see where we add up, and maybe some of that can be included. I don't disagree with you.
I didn't think, I thought you just said you were not looking for any more direction. I just want to be sure.
Correct, yeah. At the last meeting, we got the direction on the, you know, the various voter-approved revenue measures that we need to research further.
So, well, why don't you tell us what you're researching further, because I'm not totally clear on that, and maybe there's some specific questions about those.
Yeah,
we
so,
need to
so it
extend
was,
it for-
it was, this slide right here, assessing the feasibility of a parcel tax measure with a public safety focus and exploring infrastructure funding measure with a focus on roads.
Okay,
And
do we
that's-
give up
that's-
on the utility users tax? I thought Greg was still interested in pursuing that.
Yeah, I love where you're going with this, because I do think we can talk about more. I just wanted to be clear what they need.
Yeah, and so
Compared to what we could talk about.
UUT was mentioned as an interest, and with the limitations on the feasibility and polling, we can ask a question about that. We can't poll in great depth on that. It's a very complicated measure, so we'll work with the consultant about the feasibility of that and get some data to report back.
But that one's a 50+1, so it's easier.
True, but we're higher than other communities in the two that we do tax, right? So
Right.
as I recall from the presentation
But
last
I don't
time,
think we tax these.
or streaming services, well, no, we don't.
Right, and there were comments from council members that were, concerned about that expanded base for the UUT, which is what you need to do on that measure in order to increase revenues. And so we will return with, I think, some basic information regarding.
Yeah, I think the study that was done in 2022 basically talked about two scenarios. One is to expand the number of categories you taxed in, but to reduce your rate so that you were the same as other cities. In other words, to drop it from 6.5 to 5, but to broaden the base, as they say. The other scenario.
Excuse me for interrupting. We have to do a motion to extend the meeting.
I'll
I'm
move to
sorry.
extend the meeting till 11:30.
Second.
Did you get that, Sarah?
Motion to extend to 11:30 made by Councilmember Beer and seconded by Vice Mayor Bowles.
Please vote.
And the motion to extend to
There, now we-
11:30 passes unanimously.
Thank you.
I'm like,
Please
looking-
go
I'm looking
on.
at Christine. Okay, now we can talk. We have some time.
All right, thank you, Mayor. So basically what was discussed in 2022 and again at your last meeting was two different scenarios. One is to lower the rate from 6.5% to 5%, so you were similar to several of the other cities and neighboring cities, but to broaden the base, which means then you'd add taxing cellular phones, video, potentially water. So, and what that would do is that'd raise about $2 million a year. The other option was to leave the rate at 6.5%, but to add those other categories, and that would bring you to $3.1 million a year in new revenue. The challenge in both of those, and also for that matter in the business license tax scenario that we gave you, which would raise up to $500,000, is neither one of those gets you to $6 million. So the thought was that if you were going to approach the voters to solve your $6 million problem, and that's, again, at the current level of service, and to Councilmember Wright's point, without fixing the salary or the staffing levels, the only one of the three options that you have that would reach $6 million is the parcel tax.
And then, so we talked about the parcel tax being public safety focused. So do we need to justify a certain amount of money? Like, does public safety focus add up to $6 million?
I think when we work with the strategists and the outreach folks, the first question will be, the voters' interest in or willingness to consider a parcel tax at $6 million. And then part of that will also be what sorts of things would they feel are priorities, and then that's how you shape the measure. But yeah, I think it is very likely, based on the comments that you heard from the voters in your 2022 and your 2024 measures, that public safety and roads and some of those things would likely be their priorities.
One of my other big concerns is if we don't come up with a way or a plan to address some of these challenges, we're going to be faced with some really bad choices next year, because we're going to be talking about devastating things, cutting
Staff, yes, I know.
staff. And that's not a choice I want to make. I would rather stay later tonight and try to figure out at least some direction to head off in.
And as we talked about and set things up last time, there's sort of short-term approaches, which are more or less limited to voter-approved revenue measures. And then there's mid to long-term, which are dependent on, new and redevelopment and the money those bring in, a hotel, when you're building things. That's just a longer-term horizon that you need to plan for. And with the voter-approved measures, that's an every 2-year consideration on the ballot, so you can have a layer of those into the future, or strategy related to those. Even development impact fees, you don't get those unless something is developed, so that's a gradual mid to long-term revenue source. We kind of covered the short.
But there has to be a
versus mid to
concern,
long-term.
too, about putting a tax measure on there when we know that SB 63 is going to be on there, so there's going to be a half-cent sales tax. And we know that the school district is likely to put something on there. And so,
Jefferson probably.
yeah, when you see tax, what typically ends up happening is no, 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 no.
Yep.
And then that leaves us in a bad place.
And my question here is that the only strategy we're going to have? What happens if this one doesn't get approved? Are we going to be in the same square?
Right.
So we need to think of other things that we can do.
And do you have any ideas?
Well, we have to start with the smallest one.
Well, let's talk about it. Let me know.
We need to figure it out. Well, I'm not saying that I don't agree with this. I'm saying that what happens if it doesn't go through?
Yeah.
What are we going to do? It's not that whether I like it or not. So we need to think of what can we do, because times are very difficult right now. It is obvious that people are going to vote against it because people are having problems. The economy is really, really bad right now.
And so should we be talking about the community facility districts? Like, we need ideas. So we know the problem.
Well, okay, Mary, hold on.
Okay.
So we need to figure it out what we want Pacifica to be. What is it we want to be? Are we want to be a boutique destination, a tourist destination? We need to figure it out. Because taxing the community, I mean, yeah, some people might say, yes, I'm okay with that. But what happens if people don't vote?
Exactly.
So let's figure it out. What are we going to do?
And I think the more we look like the more we can show that we're doing our job and trying to actually, be mindful of the money, look for other revenues, even if they're little things that add up. I mean, I do have a list that I would like to go over. Will help, right, to give people trust in us to be able to pass this. And the whole reason of a public safety that I brought up is because I think that is something a little more passable than just give us more money, right?
I agree.
Yeah.
Right? That,
It always pulls high.
right.
And it's hard to say it, but I feel like, okay, let's see. We need to go inside this accounting, the city accounting, and see where can we cut. I know people don't want to cut anything, but let's figure it out. What are we doing with salaries? I mean, there's people making a lot of money here, which is, nobody wants to touch that. But let's go inside and look and see where I haven't done this yet, but I'm going to see where is the city spending money, because that's what everybody will do. Let's look inside instead of trying to get money from a community that probably is having the same challenge.
And I think we can do that when we're going through our budget and really look more carefully, right, in the spring.
Well, I want to point out that we have been cutting without laying off. We've been doing it through attrition.
Right.
So we haven't We delay in filling positions, sometimes because it's hard to get candidates that want to work for our wages, sometimes intentionally. But over years and decades, our staffing level has reduced so that, as one of these charts shows, compared to other cities of our size, our staff levels are lower than theirs.
25 to 35 less employees that are getting paid 15% less than anywhere else. in
Right, so
the
when you
county.
say that
So-
people are making a lot of money, they just aren't.
And when you
They
say,
start.
where can we cut, we've actually been cutting. We just don't do it in a dramatic layoff sort of way.
Well, like I said, let's go back and we look, and it doesn't mean that we're going to cut anything. Let's go take a look at it. Let's look at all this. We always, bring in people to help us to, how do they call it? I can't think anymore because we ate pizza all tonight, and we're tired. So, consultation fees. Let's look at those consultation fees. Let's look at all of the stuff that we do. And I was watching into the application for the police officer, and I noticed that the City of Pacifica is offering so many things. I look at their application were very simple, and the City of Pacifica is offering all of this.
But we can't, even with all that we're offering, we can't recruit anybody. We are so short-staffed in police, and that's part of the challenge. Yeah, so, I'm sorry.
And the sheriff is more expensive.
I mean, I think it would be worth having an analysis of that. I mean, we can talk to San Carlos, look at their budget numbers.
But we
I mean,
did that.
And we have
We
done
did
that
that.
before,
Kevin
yeah.
did that analysis, and he told us at our last time we reviewed this, that the sheriff is in fact more expensive.
That was an analysis that was done well before
Yeah.
I was here.
I remember.
Then maybe we ought to do that analysis.
It's been a little while. I think that's worth looking at, right, as part of a budget.
We do it, and then we come back and we say, what? We did everything we can. We look at everything. There's no way we can survive with this amount of money. Let's just then do it. And maybe people will realize, yes, we really need that.
I think that's
There
what
are
happened.
huge advantages to having a police department, though, that
Oh,
I
agree.
personally am not willing to give up.
We're not going to solve that today. That's a huge
No, but if
discussion,
we need to, to your point, have staff take time to do an analysis of that, then we need to. And we want to have that information available as part of an information campaign.
And is that us, supporting our staff?
No.
Right.
They're watching.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. I know.
Yeah, I mean, I can confidently say that if the expectation was the same level of police services that we currently have, and you were to contract with county sheriff, it would be much more expensive than what we currently expend on police services. If you wanted to contract with county sheriff and reduce police services dramatically, you might be able to figure out how to save some money, but you would be reducing public safety protections in the community significantly to save
Plus,
money.
you're going to lose a ton of institutional knowledge, too.
And we already have
And
thin staff, short.
12
what am I
police
trying to say?
officers
Yeah.
short of the peak.
Not a lot on
Okay,
per
so
shift.
let's put that aside for now. We can maybe, do a little research as part of the budget process, but I don't think it's anything we want to direct at the moment. So, but back to what you're asking for. So the tax measure to try to get up to $6 million, we talked about some options of, how it's not equal based on lot size or whatever, and also exceptions for, people on fixed incomes or whatever. Is that something you need specific direction from us now, or is that something that you'd be researching and coming?
No, not now. That after we do initial research, then we would, based on the results of that research, the council at a future point would decide what the ballot measure would say and what the parameters would be for that.
Yeah.
And then you had infrastructure bond, and I guess I didn't remember saying a focus on roads, but we have a lot of other infrastructure needs too. But I know, so we went through polling for that 2 years ago, and I mean, was it even close? Did we get any feedback on, why it wasn't polling well enough?
For what?
The
What
infrastructure funding that,
The GEO bond?
I don't remember what it was, 2 years ago that we were trying to put on the ballot.
Yeah, I think people.
And then we
received
did,
that
we did
library.
measure why, but that one failed, right?
No.
I think, was that for the library?
I think it was library.
In 2022, you passed Measure Y, which was the half-cent sales tax, and then in 2024, you passed the 2% increase in the
Right.
hotel tax.
But when we did measure why, we were also polling for infrastructure. And I remember there was,
No.
yeah.
It was in 2024, we polled for infrastructure, and infrastructure split, it was a split sample for the library, for new libraries, and infrastructure for roads and I think stormwater. And, those were both not feasible at all, and that was in 2024.
Okay, so the roads and infrastructure too, it was pretty low. So I mean, anyway, I'm just wondering, like, if it's worth spending our time and money for that if we don't.
Well, when
it's
you
gonna
did
go.
that analysis, you did that analysis citywide. Did you focus it like on the point, for example, where the roads are terrible? Maybe they are willing there. I know if I lived there, I'd be in favor of paying more in taxes to get my roads fixed.
Right, so that then brings us to, the question I had was, assessment district seems like the methodology for a localized area such as the point.
Except that's for bigger projects of 55 units, not.
No.
I don't think an assessment
Oh,
district.
Well, no,
the
you're.
EIFD, okay.
Yeah, the CFD, which I.
Yeah, there.
No, actually, it's a separate thing altogether, isn't it?
I was just going to say, that's correct. The assessment district is what I think you're describing now,
Yes.
which is for a specific purpose and a specific area. And in that particular tool, what you need is you need to have what's called an engineer's report, which basically calculates how much benefit each property gets from the proposed improvement. And that could be used for roads, it could be used for storm drainage or other things in a localized area, as some of you were describing.
What if the infrastructure bond focused more on like climate adaptation infrastructure? Is that possible? Like maybe it's the language according to like what people are caring about right now. I don't know.
Yeah.
My
It's
sleepy
reasonable.
brain just didn't know if that's a possibility.
But to the point is like, can we think of maybe few things that we can apply? I mean, I don't have a lot of experience on economic development, but what can we do other than, even if we do the tax, the parcel tax, what else can we do, just in case?
Well, build
Christine.
hotels.
Yeah, I agree with you. We need to build
Build
hotels.
hotels.
We need to build the Sharp Park Pacific plan, but what can we do, to Myra's point, to reduce the energy bill, for example? That's
Well,
something.
that's one of the things, on my list about saving money and that, yeah, we're
We
spending
could strive for
$2 million
net zero.
in energy costs just for the wastewater treatment plant, right? So that's like looking at what we can, put solar on, not
And
just
does
there, but other
PCE
buildings.
Yes.
have zero interest loans for?
They only have,
business?
they're
There's-
only there are only $10,000 zero interest loans.
Okay.
They have a certain amount of money per city, and we're going to use that up fast. That's not enough, right? So, but yeah, that's one of the things we should explore.
And so will we get to hear about
I
your
would-
lit,
I would
maybe
love
not, I don't know about tonight, but at the net, aren't we having another discussion about revenue generation?
I think we're going to have to.
No, I mean, this is the continuation of the study
No, I
session,
mean,
but
isn't there something coming up? Never mind, maybe.
Well, I had mentioned to the council early in the new year, when the new Economic and Housing Development Manager is on board, doing a study session about our economic development program strategy,
Yeah.
which includes a lot of, important programs and continuation and related to this, obviously. But that's that future discussion.
I still want
And
to
just a comment on the energy savings, just to related to the wastewater treatment plant. That doesn't help our general fund situation. Certainly critical to do, save money in the wastewater fund by reducing expenditures on energy.
But there's no solar on the police station, for example, right? And there's more land around there. And
Yeah, like in the community center solar and solar
Yeah.
at City Hall will all help reduce those energy
So
costs.
just having, I mean, Greg and I met with someone who is offering to do a whole evaluation of all of our city buildings and bills for free, right? I mean, that
Yeah.
like is a no-brainer. Get the information and then we can think about it, it seems like.
And the more,
I think-
the more city cars we have like Kevin's, I mean, Kevin, how much have you spent on oil changes the whole time you've owned your car?
Zero.
Exactly, I have the same car.
I just want to throw out a few other little, I mean, I've got a long list of things, but, you know, what I just, like, one of the things I heard from South San Francisco is that they're luring businesses away from San Francisco because they're offering some benefits to companies, and that's encouraging them to come. We could do that. We could offer, you know, discounted, you know, planning fees or a shorter time period for hotels and restaurants. Those are both the things that the Economic Opportunity Study has identified as the biggest revenue sources. Restaurants too, and they don't, you know, they don't have all the extra, resource needs of housing and other things.
So you're talking about streamlined planning services?
Yeah, or even like, you know, incentives to actually bring them in that they do. Sorry, I'm getting tired now, but I asked staff about, you know, business license fees for other contractors and stuff that work in town, but like, I don't know how we enforce that. Like, there are tree companies that come, like, do they have a license in town? I know, you know, as an architect working in certain cities, before I can file a permit application, I have to show my business license.
San Francisco does that.
Do we do that so that we're making sure that people, you know, that's all little bits that add up to people that are here doing work in town.
And we do it too. And to your point, on economic development, we also look at the vacancies, we look at the attracting businesses, we look at the streamlining. Well, you saw some of the slides, so it's already on our economic development plan, and working on simplifying some of the processes and making Pacifica more business friendly is a core initiative of the work plan.
And what I see in these other cities that are doing so well that you were showing us before is that they also have businesses and jobs, and that's part of what we don't have here, right? And so the more we can entice even one, you know.
Great.
Yeah.
Kevin, is figuring out a path forward to address all of these challenges something that typically staff does? Is it something consultants do? I mean, I don't feel like I personally am in a position to be able to solve this problem for the city. And so I need help. Who should I look to for help? Should I look to you, or should I look to somebody like that gentleman over there?
Brian, Mr. Mora.
Well, the way I'd answer that is it's all of us together, and this is what we've done, and frankly, you know, since I've been here over the last 8 years, it's been entirely focused on how we, from year to year, are going to balance budget and hopefully get to, you know, the vision. But
there's a difference
it's
between
with council setting
balancing
the strategic plan, prioritizing the financial and organizational sustainability, and the goals and strategies within that to prioritize 2212 Beach Boulevard. That's all the council policy direction. The work plan, and you saw it on the slides here, includes all of these, you know, looking at EIFD, looking at CFDs, looking at doing the cost allocation plan, and all of these things is what we can do currently to try to set Pacifica up for success 10 years from now.
So
And in the meantime, we need to be balancing the budget each year, and, you know, I don't need to explain the whole downward spiral thing, but you can get to that point when you have a significant structural deficit, and, you know, if we can't close that estimated $6 million gap, then next spring, the council's going to have a very difficult budget balancing exercise.
Okay, maybe it doesn't make sense what I'm going to say. Always very silly. Well, you've been here 7 years, and I assume it's your administration. You're the one who administered the city, and we are like, if we were into this deep debt, we should have addressed this earlier, not just in November, October, so we don't have enough time to deal with this. So we should be talking early on strategy to figure it out, what to do. So we don't have enough time to figure this out. Because even though if we do the partial taxes, it doesn't mean this is going to happen. It doesn't mean this is going to solve the issue. So we still have the same issue here.
And so are you just blaming our city manager right now? Are you going to like sit here and like disrespect our city manager from the dais? Because I don't agree with that.
Well, I'm saying that he should have talked to us early.
He's been talking to us for 8 years.
What I want to say about that is
I can't.
We've had this conversation, and this is why we had Measure Y.
Yes.
This is why we had the TOT vote. These measures were put on the ballot by us, this council, in working with our staff, led by the city manager, bringing these items forward. These are steps that we have taken. So I know it sounds like to you like we haven't done anything in 7 years, but I'm here to say we've done some things in 7 years' time.
And we're out of rabbits.
And
at the
we're
same
still in a situation because it's a structural problem that we don't bring in enough revenue and our expenses continue to rise.
Because we're 94% residential and 4% commercial, and nobody wants us to build anything.
And if we're only building housing, we're going to continue that problem.
Right.
So,
Anyway, I mean, I feel that the way we're discussing things, we're not going to go anywhere. We need to just it's not blaming people, but let's just look at everything we have. And then we go show the people, we couldn't find any way to save. This is what we have. And then we can move forward. Because I don't think, no matter what we discuss, we don't have anything.
I would love to hear Christine's list.
Me too.
yeah. Well, one of them is to have more internships. Did you know that we used to have high school interns working in our city staff, including, I met someone who worked at the finance department from her freshman to senior year at Terra Nova, and she gained skills, and the city only paid, minimum wage. So, there are ways that we can help our staff and help our community. So that's one. I just went to a senior event with Roy Ernst, and one of the cities presented a whole volunteer organization that they're doing through the city manager's office that manages volunteers through a website with opportunities listed. Because people don't know, like, how could I help? Like, I don't know, Sarah might need some help filing one day. Or, the police department also uses volunteers. Like, how can we make those resources easily accessible so people can sign up and do something?
Like Meals on Wheels, right?
I appreciate that. And what I think we have to factor into it is staff oversight
Of
and
course.
coordination.
Yeah.
Because I have a lot of volunteers at my day job, and a big chunk of my job is working with them to answer questions, to direct the workflow, that kind of stuff. So it's a shift in resources.
Sure, and it has to be the right fit and the right person, and hopefully it's someone that, stays on for a while, so you're not always training someone new, because that takes a lot of time.
Again, I think we need to focus on bringing jobs, more jobs here to town, whatever way we can do that.
Hotels. Hotels have jobs.
Well, and actually, Ed is sitting in the room. He's been talking to some of our businesses. You know, a lot of our city staff started working remotely during COVID, and the weekdays are when our businesses really struggle the most, our restaurants and stuff, and don't have enough people spending money. So San Francisco has just asked for city workers to come actually in the office certain days. Like, again, that's something that, you know, I don't know how that works and how many people are working remotely, but it shows to our businesses that we're also trying and bringing that revenue back, right? So I think that's something that we should consider. You know,
I'm not aware that we have a lot of people working remotely. Am I missing something?
I'm just throwing stuff out. We can talk, you know, we don't have time to really talk about it in detail. The economic opportunity study, when it talked about, that's one of the sites that's listed.
Yeah.
You know, it talked about using the parking lot, but it also talked about keeping the bowling alley because that was $100,000 a year in sales tax revenue, right? Like, and this is something the community wants, like, right? And not necessarily a bowling alley, but some indoor recreation.
Yeah.
And, you know, those are things that we should be working towards. And that also, you know, brings people here and visitors here that have something to do at night when it's dark and you can't go to the beach or whatever. I think we're missing marketing opportunities. Who are we as a city? You know, so there's more as we get into economic development. But, you know, I mean, look at that Facebook group, Pacifica Whale Spotting, that has 30,000 people, and every time there's a post, people drive from all over to come see the whales. Like, and in our Native American language, Timictac, the quarry, was the place of the whales. Like, what is something we want to be proud of? What is something that we want to draw people here for? What is something the whole community can get behind on? So I think
really
there's a
nice.
lot of opportunities as we start to really delve into, you know, our economic development that we're missing out on right now. Yeah. Anyway, that's enough for now. I'm tired.
I am really thankful that at least we're addressing the problem. We're not hiding it under the mat. Not that we have been, but it's right out here, front and center. And I think if we work together, particularly with staff, we can get it done.
Okay, folks, it's 11:27.
So if we need questions, who are we going to talk to? Because I forgot, I have ideas, I left it at home, so it's so written. So I'm going to send it to you, Mary, so you know that I have some ideas, but the key here is to use them, move forward, or implement whatever. And we need to figure out who are we, what are we going to be? Because this is important. If we want to be like a boutique spa destination, what are we going to be? It's very important to do that.
Kevin, tell me more about the economic development presentation in January. When is that slated?
To do the time.
Oh.
We're going to get in trouble.
Okay. 15 minutes?
Sure.
Okay. I move that we extend the meeting till 11:45.
Okay, a second.
Did you get that, Sarah? Christine seconded.
Yes.
Please vote.
We need 2 more votes.
Did you not vote?
No, you voted no.
Did I vote twice?
1 more
all
vote. Abstain? I only have 4 votes. Okay.
I saw you.
And the vote passes 4-1 with a no vote being
You
by
voted
Councilmember
no.
Wright.
Oh, Greg, you're
I think we have a
hilarious.
supermajority.
Okay, so that may be an opportunity for some of the ideas that were just being discussed that we can talk about with the economic development presentation in January. Is that right?
Right, yeah. So on the report from November 10th, there's information in there, high-level summary of the economic development program strategy. And so when the new manager is on board, and we've had some time to develop that out more robustly, I was thinking a study session early in the year, I don't know if it'd be in January or February or whatever, would be appropriate to have. It's a good opportunity to talk about a lot of the economic development programs that are really geared towards a lot of the visions and goals that council is identifying, and have that conversation specifically about the economic development program.
Okay.
And then we'd also talked about maybe having a review of the Economic Development Committee work plan early in the year.
And one component, of the economic development program is the Economic Development Committee's work, which the program supports, and they have their work plan, so we can include a discussion of the EDC's work plan as part of that too.
Okay. And so with this that we've given direction on in terms of the ballot measures, what are the next steps? When would you be coming back to us?
Yeah, so also early in the year, we will report back results to the council for follow-up conversation about, what looks feasible, what's not, and what the next steps would be. I don't have right now a precise time on that, whether it's going to be, in January or February or, but around that time period.
Yeah, it's most likely going to be end of February. So
February?
that's what we were talking
Okay.
about, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I just want to say I appreciate that you're continuing to work and put energy in. And I know you know that this is Pacifica's biggest issue, and even though you're leaving us in March, that you're still committed to trying to help us solve this problem. So
Absolutely.
thank
I'm
you.
here until I'm not.
Yeah.
Thank you. Anything further, Mr. Wright, for tonight? I know there's more to do, but for tonight.
No, I would reiterate what Christine just said in terms of all of staff, in terms of their dedication and the culture that we've developed in Pacifica in all our little pockets of employees that are going above and beyond for us. And it's too bad that if we paid them the right amount of money, we would attract people like flies here. And I look forward to the day that we smell like honey.
Fair enough. Mary?
Sorry for my reactivity. I am. I'm apologizing to you. I'm sorry. Yeah, that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you.
Don't worry about it. I know this is every discussion we have here, we had to leave it here. So,
Okay, so if there's anything important someone needs to share from their various committee and commission, CCAG Ledge, Bike and Ped, PCE, LAFCO.
We're better off than some other communities.
We're better off than some other communities. Fair enough. All right.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving, everyone. Thank you for your work. Thank you for your help and guidance. And with that, we'll adjourn the meeting at 11:33 p.m.